Welcome once more to Doggo Draws. We're back working on part 2 of Fishbowls Art for Wells. Part 1 was supposed to be coloring, but I decided I felt inspired and wanted to add a bunch to the picture to make it even cuter than it already was. So I did. And now we're here with a fully lined and just everything's fully lined and ready to go. So we're going to pick up where we left off, but first, of course, if you like the video, do give it a like. And if you like my art, or gaming, or whatever I do give me a sub. It helps. And if you like to see content early and interact with me directly, check out my Twitch. And we have a Discord community. That's a good community, for that matter. I've had kind of a long day. Self-imposed workload, even before doing this art. I was working on videos for YouTube that require editing and could not be streamed. Footage is all recorded for everything I need to put together, but it's like something like 8 hours of footage, and I gotta edit it all, so it's piecemeal. I could separate it out into parts and stuff and different. Let's see, like 12 parts for Barb Fighter, 6 parts for Helix Fighter, and probably singular parts for the other offshoot games that are related to Barb Fighter. But anyways, really shouldn't push yourself too much. The ironic thing here is, if I do all this work, I am prepped for a vacation. Because I can simply have those videos released on my YouTube while I'm taking a nice long break. And that way my content keeps coming out while I am taking my break, and people don't wonder where the heck I am. Or get annoyed because I'm not producing content. But the ironic thing is, to set up for this vacation, to set up these plans, I must work harder for a little while. So, it's a case of working hard so I can relax. At least there is an end goal, you know, there is a reprieve in mind for that project. But, anyways, let's see here. This was whip water. This was just temporary water that I did temporarily. It's not meant to be kept. That being said, it already looks pretty good. Well, not quite. I actually drew it really fast. Well, let me clean it up. This is actually not bad. I could probably use it. Can't you get folks to help? I don't have an editor friend. Not that I would mind having one. That costs money and arrangement of... I don't know. I don't know what kind of arrangement it would take, but it would take an arrangement. Alright. I think the details add quite a bit, especially once they're colored up. The Wellard flakes were fun to add in particular. Gotta need a bigger bowl. Yeah, it's lacking at this point. First off, I added this water last time, just slapped it on at the end. But this time I want to clean it up, because it's actually useful. I want to keep it. The double layer aspect of the water looks pretty good, actually. I'll probably adjust its opacity and stuff, but for now, I just leave it how it is. That's actually quite good. I just noticed that these lines here that I'm working around, those should be behind the water line, probably. I'll adjust that in a bit. Should be an easy enough adjustment, though. So it should be okay that I worked kind of hard today, because I actually took yesterday really chill. I took an off-stream day as an actual proper break for once, which I think helped. Dear little Mizzy does so enjoy filling the space given to them. Almost like someone stretching as far as they can go. He does seem to like snug places, though you're already aware of that, Mama. They can melt. Yes, they can. He's quite good at it too. Can do quite a bit with it. Alright, now to just finally uncolor this portion here. So this water layer, I'm gonna like prep it, and then I'm probably just gonna turn it right off. We need it for later. Not right now, but it will be useful later. So we'll just prep it for now, turn off the layers, and come back to it later. I'm gonna work on layering the sieve over the water rather than vice versa. What's a sieve? First off, what is a sieve? Sieve the Scaleless? It's playing a lot of, oh gosh, what is the soundtrack? Selecting to play a lot of, tone music. Also, I'm sorry if you heard double music. I have my speakers on still, I didn't realize. I just turned them off. Beerus, you're not going to convince him to be called a fish. That's something he's very vehement about. Laying the sieve over the water or vice versa. Was he talking about the fish net? The net thing. Well, it's the net's in front of the fish tank, but the netting part of it, it's basically transparent, so I don't need to do anything more with that. That's good how it is. Mizzy says he's... Mizzy says that this conversation is wasted on someone like Beerus, who will only go in circles with it, as he puts it. I mean, he's not wrong. See exactly the size he wants to be. In this circumstance, I think so. It's going to be a lot of fun doing that squish to the glass. I'm going to be making that... Let's see. When skin or whatever squishes against glass, I believe that creates a lighter color where that squish happens. I think that's how that works. Okay, I'll have to play with that. He's not a dog either. He says with slightly more offense than he probably should be taking. Dogs are good. And he's like, yes, they are, but I'm not one. He's a canine, but he's not a dog. Important note. He's a Vaporeon, duh. But no, he's more related to foxes than I am. Oh no, I have a nightmarish number of layers. I almost forgot. Let's see. I need to find a particular one because I know it's an issue. Nope, not that one. Be said. Ah, that's the one. Fish fox to make him a fox. Why must you combine the names? Why? Why is this required? Hi, Sammy. Alright, I'm gonna shuffle. Let's find something... No. No. Sure. I can't really say that PMD music is bad. Alright, so... Just finishing my little touch-up here. Making sure these water lines look good. This is the first time I'll be really working with water, like, extensively. So we'll see how I do on water effects. I have knowledge of a lot of artistic techniques, but not practice. Basically, I can go like, I kind of understand what I'm supposed to do here, even if I've never done it before. Then I have to execute it, though, you know? That's the tricky part. I was planning to suggest giving Mizzy some tea or soda and enjoying the bath, but he'd think he'd be cross with me for polluting the water. No more cross than he'd get with his boyfriend. Or mate, rather. Fridge makes them do food play. But their definition of food play is, okay, Mizzy, now I want you to mix with this food by turning into water with it. Soda has been done before. Apparently, according to Mizzy, having your very cells bubbling and fizzing makes you quite giggly. Not exactly drunk, apparently, but giggly. I'm gonna guess something like lightheaded, too. I don't know if there's any Soda Vaporeons. I wouldn't be surprised if there is. But now I'm kind of curious. Somebody making a character as such. Yeah, tickles. That seems to be what... Sort of weird, interesting tickle from what he seems to be indicating. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, sure, that'll work. Okay, so we want to... technically... Oh. Yeah, we want it behind both lines, technically, right? Well... Actually, yeah, how do I want to do this? Should this machine be behind both water lines? Or just the bottom one? That's an interesting question. Yeah, just the one. That makes more sense, yeah. Because it should be in front of the other one, because the other water line's against the glass, and the machine is not quite against the glass, so... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna move that there. Oh, my slot. I was wondering when you'd get to that one. If you have any questions about Aspen, just ask. But I think I gave you all the pointers. Freckles, belly button, 95% feral, but a slightly anthro because he used to be a human. I think you got the right style for him.
Sweet 12 months, 1 year of being subbed to the pack. Bark, bark, bark. Happy barking. P.
Cool. We got another person to the year's subscription. Nicely done, or rather, pupscription. Nice work on that. Oops. What I'm doing here, I'm just simply erasing some lines. That seemed to work. Yeah, that seems fine. It's a subtle detail, but it's important. Now about those bubbles. They also need to be adjusted. Bubbles. Here they are. Bubbles. They need to be above that line, but not the other one. Okay. You gave me a lot. Sorry, Fluffs. I can give, that's a summary though. Freckles, belly button. Maple leaves, red on the end of his leaves. Fat. It's kind of like a summary of the important parts. Like, those are the physical details you probably would have to focus on, so. Wow, it's been 300 for a while. Bar doesn't feel that much these days because of Rock's donations and other donations that don't factor into that bar. Also, IDEC, I don't think I've seen you here before, so I imagine it would be new to you. Alright, there we go. Bubbles are properly organized. Okay, so what's left? Are there any other little adjustments I need to make? I don't think so. Yeah, it would be nice if the bar could account for the other things, but that is a limitation with Streamlabs. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we can continue. Let me just, and the water lines seem good for now. Okay. So the whip water, we'll just be keeping that off for right now. Let's see. Accurate Mizuko colors are the ones I've done. Drowsy? Nah, it's hard to avoid. This time I will not overshine him like I did on the right picture. Left picture was better. I did good on the left picture, but I had a bad habit of overshining Mizuko in the past. But the thing with shine lines is you want to apply shine, not draw a million shine lines. Which means careful placement of shine lines, but not too many of them. Well, this picture does it better. You can see shine accentuates the most sticking out details. Wolf for Hire? A right picture was done by... It was a collab between me and Flame for... I don't remember his name. Another artist. Will they have so much shine underwater? No, that's also true. It's quite possible there would be shine on the parts squishing against the glass, though. That seems potential. Alright, so anyways. Okay, I've grabbed fins and skins. That'll do for now. Never use a computer on for so what I know. Psy's a pretty good one. I use it. I use Psy. Alright, so I'm working on colored lines. I don't actually work on colored lines very often. But I think in this case it seems like a fun thing to do. So, oh, that's interesting. Why is my... Huh. Just casually observing that my squish line looks weird there. What happened to it? I have absolutely no idea. This one's also slightly weird. Not as bad though. No, it's not a different shade of blue. Look at it. Look at it up close. Something happened to it. It distorted. You can see multiple shades right here. That's not supposed to be like that. If it was a single flat color, I wouldn't be concerned, but it glitched somehow. Well, that's alright. I think there's a workaround. Well, GIMP could make it really simple, but I think I could do it here too. Let me just find the squish lines, wherever they are. I think they're right here, yeah. Fortunately, I named them, so. Right, let's see. If I just preserve the opacity, select another color, like this. Let's see if I can just clean up doing this. This would be the simple way. Alright, how about clipping group then? Really? Oh no, it's doing something. Oh no, it is working. It is working. Okay, good. All right, then that should be fine then. I was just working on the wrong layer. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that was about, but here's the way to clean it up. I'm not really sure what happened to it there. Let's make sure it looks proper when I... Yeah, see, that's a lot better than... Blah. I think it might have something to do with resizing the element. Sometimes when you rotate and stuff, you can have a distort effect happen. But this fixes it, so whatever. Actually, this was a very simple way to fix this sort of issue. If this issue exists anywhere else on the picture, I should do it there too. Thankfully, it is easy to fix using this method. I'm not sure if that was broken too, but... Actually, it's a lot easier to tell when I just turn this on. Let's scroll around and look. No, everything else looks good. Okay. Well, there we go, it's cleaned. Yeah, probably just a little artifacting for rotation, basically. Kind of like JPEG artifacting, but a little bit different. I don't know why Sai can't do a clean rotation. Oh well. Anyways, let's see. Does anything else want to interrupt me from actually getting to coloring today? I don't think so. I think that's it. Also, let me just check something. Yeah, Fluffs, just to let you know, dude. If I did overwhelm you, just throw out most of the details and just ask me questions where you need them. Or, like, just throw out the unnecessary details and just talk to me if you have problems. Alright, so. This should be an empty layer? Okay, good. How would Mitzi react to a sauna? Yeah, he likes it. He likes hot water. Though he does, I mean, technically, being skinned like he has a softer, slicker, more pliable skin than humans, say. So he doesn't have the same heat resistance. Which just basically means he needs to watch the temperature a bit. Though a proper sauna shouldn't really do any harm unless it's set wrong or something. I mean, I like how much you described your idea in the character. Well, I know for a fact, Fluffs, you're pretty fond... Actually, the way you responded to Aspen, my Leafeon, I got the impression you really, really liked him. Is he perhaps your favorite character of mine? Or I mean, my favorite character of yours, rather? English is hard, sorry. Also, what should I do with his brows? He doesn't normally have, like, separate brows. So I'm looking at the brows here. I'm wondering, should I just do this? What do you guys think? Should those brows be a different color? I mean, his brows are normally not a different color, so... I'm feeling like that's okay. Unless they're not supposed to be brows. I assume they were brows. I mean, a darker blue I could do. I'm not really sure. They look like closed eyes. They always look like closed eyes to me. But I don't really, you know, like, if you wanted to be all logical about it, there'd probably be like, you know, eyelids, like, you know. That looks weird. That's why it's not that way. We'll leave it one color for now. If that looks weird later, we can adjust it. Like Frisk from Undertale? Maybe. I don't really... Yeah. Wait, yeah, doesn't he always have his eyes... Isn't he like Brock? Kind of. I had to think about it because I haven't played Undertale. This should be pretty easy to color, actually. Which is nice, considering there's still a lot of work to do besides base coloring. Or Brock. Yep. So I don't know why I haven't done this, but this makes it easier. Always, if you're working with a light color, I personally like to throw on a dark background like this. Because when you're working with a light color, if you go outside the lines, you won't tell, normally, under a white canvas, but If you just drop a dark color like this, it's really easy to tell if you went out the lines. Lets you not fret about it, you know? Yeah, those of you that like Aspen, by the way, Fluffs is working on. I had Aspen be part of his YCH, but also I'll probably be commissioning him of some more Aspen art later, because quite honestly, his feralish anthroish design that he does for his semi-anthro characters is basically identical to how I designed Aspen, so it's a really good matchup. Because Aspen is a human turned Pokemon. He got grabbed by an evil plant thing that is an unidentified Pokemon, perhaps. That stuffed him full of sap, made him fat, turned him into a Leafeon. Almost turned him into 100% feral Leafeon, but the process got interrupted by his partner Pokemon. Just before it finished. Which left him at basically a state of being 95% Leafeon and 5% having human revenant details, such as freckles in his belly button, and the ability to stand on 2 legs, but only barely. So he has a semi-anthro style, or vague anthro style, where he's basically a feral that can stand on 2 legs. But it's more comfortable to be on all fours, still. Aspen isn't in my head. I mean, well, he's in my imagination. But he's not a personality. Just a character I very well developed. That being said, his partner Pokemon took on a life of his own in the story I wrote for Aspen, which leads to believe his partner Pokemon might actually be a personality. Still haven't taken the time and self-meditation to really just figure this out, but Twig the Deerling may well be a personality. I'm not sure. That is a mystery that I have yet to solve. Trying to decide if the brows look okay that way. Your Leafeon, he too wide to stand on 2 legs. Sometimes he is. That is true. The sheer thickness of his thighs, if he overeats, forces him to walk on all fours regardless. That is a great little plot point. I like that. I'm gonna take that for sure. Hollow-headed? That's a perplexing statement. But as for the brow, if we don't like it, we can always... I mean, let me slap some dark color on it just to see what that looks like. Now that looks hollow. This is actually a Ocarina collection. This is actually this is from Castle of the Sky, I believe. The Merry-Go-Round of Life. I feel like it is. It's a Ocarina cover of something from their collection. Let's see. Well, with Shane, I can make that look better, technically, but I'll have to think. But yeah, the idea is closed eyes. Maybe Shane would do the trick. All I know is that changing the color doesn't seem to help, so... Well, maybe if Fluffs has a moment to pop back by, he can say what he would do in this situation. That could be useful. Oops. Fluffs, I was just wondering how you would do the eyes. I just kind of color them the same as the face. I feel like that's the way to do it. But I haven't really done closed eyes. Closed eyes of this style I have not worked with before. So I was just wondering what you would do. I mean, this is pretty quote-unquote old. It's not that old. Wait, you did... How old is this picture? I'm gonna double check. Eleven 7/2020 is when you gave me the files. Oh, fair enough, Fluffs. Fill those lines with a line color. Oh. Huh. Or is you just... So you would just do this. Yeah, actually, I see your point. Yeah, actually, it does kind of make sense to fill it. I wasn't really thinking that way, but you know, hold on. Let me get a different layer. I like how you're I do like how you're referring to something that's not even 3 months old as old art, though. It's kind of funny to me. There we go. Yeah, you know what? I like it that way. Though I guess you've been evolving your style so fast, I guess I understand why you say that. Also, thank you. That actually helped. If only I drew enough to say that level of progress. So can I just say that Mizuko's skin is really freaking hot when fat? Like, just because he has that soft, aquatic, slick skin, smooth, slick skin, it just really works well with, like, smushing fat around with it. Just a good combination. Hopefully I can pull off why that works so well with the... Well, I've already done some very nice extra squish lines against the bowl, so hopefully I'll like color that up nicely. I feel like the squish lines should have shine on them, though. I feel like it's a logical place for some shine, but I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Things underwater can shine, but there is a degree of resistance to that because light has to filter through the water. It can still shine on things through the water, but those things have to be awfully shiny to achieve that effect. Oh, I see Fluffs. Oh, see you later, Ideck. Yeah, all we're just gonna do is just... So, hey, I have a random little question. All these pebbles, should they all be the same color, or should I, I'm feeling like what I should do is do a few variant colors. I don't remember how aquarium pebbles look. I think sometimes they can be quite colorful. But if I vary up the colors from here to there, it would probably look a lot better. Unleash the rainbow. No, well, not a rainbow per se, but still kind of multicolored rocks. We're not putting Skittles in here, though I wouldn't be surprised if Mizuko would just be basking in Skittles. Perhaps. Texture on the varied colors like the fish tank pebbles. Texture on them? Oh, I mean, that is possible. That would mean I have to use multiple layers. Well, actually, I'll probably put a texture on them anyways. They're pretty easy to texture sort of thing. Multiple kinds of juices to make them a rainbow. You do realize that a lot of juices don't have much of a color to them, right? Some of them do, some of them don't. Drink mixer, Mizuko drink mixer. Fill of juice and shake shake. Oh, goodness me. Well, at least nobody said blender. Scattered patterns. 6, 2, 3, and add a variant. All the same color, pick 2, 3, add a variant. I don't understand what that means. If I'm picking all the same color, how can I pick 2, 3 colors? It's either all the same or 2 or 3. Can't be both, right? That doesn't make sense. Speaking of things that don't make sense... Oh, wait, no, that's actually logical. Because it would be behind... Yeah, that's fine. Should I do that on a separate layer? No, that should be fine. Yeah, because technically it would still be blocked by the water even if it's not in the tank. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I was considering the tail in the background and how if I should have a different color layer. I don't think I need a different color layer. Oh! No, I will give it a different color layer. For one simple reason. The way light will work on that particular part of the body will be different because it's not inside the water. Ergo, I'll keep it separate. I guess that same logic should be applied to the tops of his toes and knee and belly. Because those parts can be shinier, to put it simply. They are not blocked by the water, dampening that. So we will actually No, I can color up to here. It's just the parts that are out of the water I need to keep separate. So this is fine. Okay. I'm just thinking ahead a little bit. Not strictly necessary to think ahead and separate the layers. I can do it later, but this is a more logical... Whoop, hold on. I'm doing it again. The part's outside the tank, so... They will be both blocked by the water and yet shine more. That's a weird thing. Like, the tail bits... Like, this tail bit here that is outside of the water, but also behind the water layer, will be both affected by the water and not affected by the water. The water will filter its color a bit, but it's not technically in the water, so light can still shine in it. The same way as other parts outside of the water. It's weird. weird rules with that part. Because technically the water filter will still apply to it, but the water rules won't. What is this song? Like, okay. Oh. Sorry about this remix. Yeah, when it comes to the pebbles, I'll just look up the pebbles. I completely forgot I had this remix in this album. Epic, they simply sound like his mates. This remix started out very promising, but I don't really like how it sounds right now. I don't know, the instrumentation is obnoxious, actually. Not sure what they did to it. I really like the Sonic Boom, it's a good song, but... Yeah, Sen, you said that twice, but I still don't understand what you mean. So basically you're... Oh wait, are you saying to basically color all the pebbles together one color? And then lay on top of that some variant colors here and there? Is that what you mean? I'll look at fish tanks and judge from there. Ah, see, I didn't understand what you meant. At first. If you had mentioned layers, I would have understood. Like, put them, do one color layer and then mix other layers on top of that. Oh, I know why I don't like this song. They broke the levels of the music. For no reason. I don't even know why they did. Was that intentional? Or poor sound mixing? Axis to offset a human before color, yeah. I understand that, that makes sense. I just needed to word it differently. I want to hear Sonic Boom, but better now. Oh well. Oh yes, yes. Give me Final Fantasy Tactics music. Yes. Fuck yeah. I forgot the city had remixes of this. Who here actually knows? God, this song is good. Who here knows Final Fantasy Tactics? Hopefully more than a few. I really enjoyed its story. Really interesting story. Very grounded for a Final Fantasy game. Felt like a real historical epic, kinda, you know? I mean, yeah, I still have Final Fantasy elements, but... It's also used for the Final Fantasy Tactics raid. Yeah, that's right, you mentioned... Oh yeah, we talked about that raid. Which I thought was really cool that existed. Well, okay, tactical RPGs aren't for everyone. I don't play a ton of them, but this is my favorite one. I remember we talked about that boss, but I don't remember why, Car. We definitely talked about that boss, though. I think it's something related to Poker Roll, actually. Yeah. Tactics just has all this really freaking good music. I mean, it's so good that I made my own... A long time ago, I wrote my own Tactics-style music. Actually, let me find that. Where'd I put it? Yeah, that's right. Guan did a bunch of orchestral remixes of my... Here, I'll share it. I did some too, I think, right? Where did I put this music? I have lost track of it now. Well, whatever. I still have Guan's remixes here. Which are technically better than my original midis. Oh, that's where they are. I put them in that weird folder with midis. I remember now. Here, let me share. There it is. There's my midis. No, that's my other midis. God damn it. I am terribly disorganized with some of my music. Alright, well, anyways. Here, let me share my music that was inspired by Fantasy Tactics, and then Guan remixed it. But they are my original compositions, so... Which, you know, it's nice to share my original compositions. That one... Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. Yeah, that should be all of them. Okay, let me just... let that play. Here. No, next song. We talked about because it's like Fire Off and Poker Roll. Something truly realm shattering. Ah, that's right. Anyways, here are some songs I wrote. Because I like Final Fantasy Tactics a lot. And so I wrote these a long time ago. Yep. Well, the original arrangements, these are remixes that Guan did. Well, by remixes, he really just kind of threw them through a orchestrated filter. Though he did organize them somewhat. It's a free orchestra filter. You can probably tell it's not exactly the highest quality, but it's okay. It is appropriate for the songs. They were originally MIDIs, so this is still an improvement. Remind me of Zelda. Might have had other inspiration a little bit, but the focus of these songs were to be tactic-style songs. Specifically all battle themes. Let's see. Did I do that right? I think I did that right. Yep. Okay. So now... Those of you that do know Final Fantasy Tactics, let me know how you think this fits with that style. Anyways, it may seem like I'm doing something pointless here. I'm using a different layer to do the exact same color, but there is a point to this. After all, this part rises above the surface, so it has different rules. So now we have this section drawn separately, which is good. That'll make some shading later a lot easier. But we can also use apply this to the tail. Oh, actually, I missed something. Part of the tail actually is underwater. I forgot. Let me go back to the other layer. How would you go about getting out of the bowl? They seem a little stuck. Well, I mean, they could probably... Mizuko could probably break the bowl. Just needs a little more weight. But, But he could melt down if he really wants to get out. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Oozing out would be easier. Broken lines. I think I did pretty good on this one. Love drawing the leaves. He's got a lot of crinkly leaves. He is a big fat salad. Oh no. Speaking of food play, what if I got a picture of Aspen completely covered in like Caesar salad dressing? Oh no. That sounds like a good idea. That sounds kind of hot. And not gonna lie. Fluffs? Fluffs. If you wish in that YCH, if you wish to give him a coating of, if you wish to like drizzle salad dressing on top of him, you may. I'm gonna give you permission now. I mean, he does have a lot of surface area. You could probably do it if you wanted to. Try to be tasteful about it. God damn it. God damn it, Epic. Here's the best question. What salad dressing would go best with Aspen, though? There's a lot of salad dressings. Like I like Caesar salad dressing, but I also like ranch. Thousand Island is sometimes nice, depends on how I feel. Thousand Island is very rich. You mean I could add salad things to Aspen? You may. You know what? if the idea tickles you, Fluffs, go right ahead. Do what you want with, yeah, go ahead and add salad things if you want. I'm amused by this. Plus, your YCH is basically a bunch of fatties suspended up, somewhat unwillingly looking, in a harness, so... I don't know, maybe somebody's fattening him up and then drizzling salad dressing on because... I don't know, he's gonna make something a meal? Oh no. Peril! Somebody wanted a salad and they found Espen. Oh no. They wanted to make him a fat salad first. Italian dressing, also a good one. Oh, here's a real question. Like, somebody can Google this if they want. Somebody can Google. I bet you anything that somebody has done this. What? Okay, somebody look up and see if they can find a recipe for a salad that implements maple syrup, and then let me know if there's any dressings that work with maple syrup. Because he's technically a maple Leafeon, so. The syrup stuck in his belly that forces him to eat is technically a variation of maple syrup that never goes away. It's like a stickier, more viscous, sappy version. Well, technically maple syrup's already a sap, but... Aspen with some ingredients on it under a big salad bowl. I love it. That sounds very cute. Also, the juxtaposition of a giant fat thing, but also associating that with a salad is just really amusing to me, because, you know, salads are usually seen as something that's kind of healthy. Leafeons, the unhealthiest salads. Maple syrup dressing is a real thing. Oh my gosh, it is. Wow. I didn't even know that. Fluffs, I look forward to your inspiration. So, let's see. The forbidden salad. So, maple syrup dressing that's actually not overly sweet. A touch of tang. That's interesting. So they took maple syrup, they unsweetened it a bit, and made it a proper salad dressing. That's interesting. If we do have salad dressing in Aspen, I would suggest it to be a salad dressing that looks visually interesting. A few salad dressings are like, I can think of a few that are like a nice white with like colorful speckles in them because of the other ingredients. Like something like that that has a nice look to it. Probably would be a good choice. I suppose just as much as it's appropriate to drizzle salad dressing on Aspen, it would also be appropriate to drizzle maple syrup on him, though. I'm quite easygoing with this, so I don't mind however Fluffs does it, really. This sounds like it's going to be a fun variation of the YCH at this point. I have to tell my boyfriend about the maple syrup dressing, though. He'll probably want to try. We have real maple syrup in the fridge right now. We're obligated. We're Canadians, so we have to have that in the fridge. That's a rule. Oh yeah, what do you guys think of the music, by the way? Maple vinaigrette. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, I wonder if that could be mixed with vinegar. It's tight. Pretty good. I don't think it's quite on the level of, like, Square... Soft? Was Final Fantasy Tactics made before the merger? I think it was. Good old Square Soft. Every year supply of maple syrup. We only have one bottle, but it's pure maple syrup, so you don't need very much of it. It's very, very concentrated. Pure maple syrup costs an arm and a leg in the States, but here it's like $5. I'm like, okay, well. And that's $5 CAD. That's actually less than 5 USD. Thank you, Zach. Shining Force. Isn't that also a tactical game for the Sega Genesis? If I recall correctly? Alright, well that's the first color. Yeah, let's go to fins. Disorderly Conduct. Super Nintendo Remix. Because why not? Yeah, Shining Force, I didn't play it, but I know some people really, really love it. Looks pretty good. And the Sega Genesis didn't really have a lot of RPGs of any type, so it's nice to see that existed. Wait, I'm dumb. That's the wrong fin. I mean... Mizuko would like to ask everyone a question. He wonders if anyone actually knows what a Vaporeon's neck frill is for. Sonar? Braking? Braking? Help with swimming. Stop in water somehow. Oh, braking, that... You don't mean... You mean braking, not breaking. Breaking means destroying, falling apart. You mean breaking with an A. With an A and no E. My friend, if you ever drive a car, please don't mix up these words. Oh, I just got a brake? Okay, crashes into a wall. Okay, I broke. Wait, that's not fine. Whoa, volume! Okay, let's see. We got past my, There we go. Anyways, the neck fins are... Sonar is not a terrible guess, but it's a little off base still. Vaporeons do not have sonar, but they are exceptionally sensitive to changes in air, water pressure, water currents, etc. So they can detect, say, a fish swimming pretty far away in front of them using the... That is what the neck frill is for. Basically, anything towards where they're facing when they're swimming, they can basically detect any minor changes in the water in front of them, thanks to that neck frill. The ear fins can also help with that, but they're usually swiveling around for other directions. They are kind of a radar. A pressure and current radar, I suppose. Pretty sure that's what sonar does. Well, sonar is the... Isn't sonar the idea of making a sound, having it bounce off something, and then catching that reflection to understand where something is? Isn't that what sonar is? They don't really make... Vaporeons don't really make a lot of noise to... They don't do sonar per se. If they're making a bunch of noise, they're just going to throw off their natural radar. So that's typically not something they do. Now let's see. Yeah, more passive sonar. Also, another fun fact is the neck frill actually is actually porous. Unlike the head fins. The head fins are actually rather, what's the word? They're rather solidly, you know, they're a solid membrane. But the neck frill actually has lots of little tiny holes. And the reason for that is simply aerodynamics in the water. Hydrodynamics. The water can pass through to some extent, thus the neck frill does not create a lot of drag. And in fact, having the water pass through the frill simply makes that sensitivity to detecting changes and such all the easier. It's a filter system that detects things, you know. Another idea, magic maple syrup floating, bottle floating in green syrup and aspen. I mean, I have no opposition to this idea. Go right ahead. Honestly, the only thing better than a fat creature is a fat creature covered in food. So I'm okay with these additions. I mean, how did they get... I mean, it's shameless, this. Also, it's cute. He's just stuck in a harness, being all smothered in food, both inside and out. Also, I just realized. Mizuko can make you love Vaporeons a lot more. Let me just put it that way. Now, let's see here. So I just noticed there's a line issue here. You see it probably. Need to find the right... There it is. So let's see. I could just erase this line. I think I'll just do that. That looks fine. Bum da dum da da bum. Bum da dum da da bum. Bum da dum da da bum. Ba da da ba da dum. Ba ba dum ba ba. Ba da 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 bum. Ba da 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 ba da 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 da. All right, let's see. Vaporeons are tired first for your favorite evolution. Are you tired? Because you said that wrong. I'm tired, so I'm not judging. All right, let's see. That's those parts. Let's go to the. Let's go to that there. And once again, we'll have the first layer being the underwater part. Spelling hard. Just double check side. Okay. Oh, that's not... Wait, what was the logic there? Hold on, I may have messed something up. I'm looking at The yellow bit right over here. This part over here. I'm trying to tell if that is in or out of the water. I think it's technically in the water. Yeah. But not at the same time. I did it wrong. I did it very slightly wrong. It's fine. The part I did wrong was... Right, I forgot this little line here. That's not the fin line. That is actually the water line. Silly me. This part is underwater. So now this is consistent. That part is above. That part is below. Okay, there we go. Subtle details, man. Spelling. Look, you have a fat Vaporeon squishes slick, pliable skin against your body, and they'll shoot up your ranking list at that point. They have very good. Their skin's like dolphin skin, but more like softer and more pliable. What is this song? Oh, it's from Kingsclave. Okay. I'm gonna skip that because I'm not sure if that would give me a copyright claim. I'm always suspicious. I didn't actually know I even had that song on the list. Some sort of... I don't know. Lyrical stuff always makes me immediately suspicious. Pliable skin? Talk about Vaporeons. Okay, what is that? There's a little frickin' line. Oh, it's right there. That was easy to find. Oh, there. There's a little dot of color, and I was like, what the hell is this? Alright, I'm good. Hi, Dragon. Okay, so that is all underwater. And now... this part. There we go. Also, what do you mean by ASMR hour? Was I getting ASMR-ish? I wasn't paying attention. I mean, my ASMR video did well on YouTube, so... If I can give, basically, audio therapy to people, I mean, I'm okay with making more ASMR content. I might consider it. Alright, Hyper. I mean, Vor ASMR was honestly pretty effective. Pretty natural. There's other Vor ASMR videos, but I think mine... all the other top-ranked Vor ASMR videos are some character talking about eating you. Well, mine is just internal gurgly sounds, which I think is better, I guess, is what I would say. Like, I mean, obviously some people like the talkie talks, but... I think mine gets the atmosphere down better. Tucker bark ASMR? I don't know if barks could be ASMR. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Seth. Stomach flu does indeed suck. I always hate it when something keeps me from enjoying food. It's always the most obnoxious thing. I actually was feeling a little sick to my stomach earlier today, but it actually seems to have passed, which is nice. Ah, there we go. That's a good... Here's a good mashup song. I really like mashup songs. That's where two songs from a game are combined. Sometimes different games, but usually the same game. Into one song. And it creates quite an interesting mood a lot of times. This here is Death Egg Zone and Aqua Planet. Aqua Planet? What's Aqua... Is Aqua Planet from Sonic Colors? No, that's I'm thinking of Aquarium Park, I think, when I say that. Aqua Planet. What Sonic game is Aqua Planet from? Oh, it says Chaos. Wait, Sonic Chaos? Or... Oh, we're nowhere near done, but we are making progress. I'm moving a bit slow, but then again, I was working hard today, so whatever. It says Sonic and Knuckles and Chaos Remix. I think Sonic Chaos was a Game Gear game, if I recall. It said neatly. Oh, neatly. Oh. Sorry, I just naturally translated that as nearly. It is. I am doing a neat. I should be doing a neat job. I pride myself in my accuracy. Though I have tried to be a little more sloppy at times intentionally, just to save time, because that is actually an artistic technique. Knowing when not to be, you know, OCD. But at the same time, I'm you know, I'm moving slower because of fatigue. Well, not even fatigue, just I did a lot today, so I'm just moving slower. Prepped 6 videos for YouTube, basically, later. Well, everything except for... I didn't actually, like, encode the videos, but they're ready to encode. Many, many more to go, still. Besides that one, but... Besides those, but... Right. Another nice thing about having a color background when you're working with really light colors like whitish gray, it makes it a lot easier to see. Is any part of his head frill sticking out? No, okay. Yeah, if there's any fat character that I'm most, like, interested to be squished underneath, it'd probably be Mizuko, because of his skin just being very, very nice to get squished by. Not discounting the value of getting squished under a scaly dragon belly or a fuzzy dog belly, but I don't know, his skin is really good for squishing. Especially since it's, you know, it's always a bit moist and sticky because he's an aquatic creature. He just gets stuck to that belly. Polygon bellies are very, very good too. I guess he's a similar appeal to Gudra, I guess, but Gudra has a different type of skin. It's similar, but Gudra is stickier. And also, as such, not as smooth, I suppose. Yeah, he has this one really good squish picture, this one right here. But I need to get him one where it really emphasizes the squish, the half the weight. This is a good one, but we could do better. But the song is familiar. Maybe I'll know what it is once the credits name stops scrolling. Oh yeah, it is Bowser's Castle, I was right. Isn't this like a Mario Kart song, technically, originally? Oh, you know, I'm gonna have to add a filter over the bubbles to make them slightly more visible. Or at least the ones these, bubbling out. Alright, let's see here. Nose. Oh yeah, it says Super Circuit? Okay, that's a remix of that then. Makes sense. Also, the subject of things still shine underwater. Sometimes his nose would still shine, for instance. That's a very important detail to shine. Let's see. I'm taking my time because I'm like thinking about the order I want to do the layers. It isn't strict how I do it, but it changes a few minor things. I don't know why, but this ooh, ooh, ooh is just really funny to me. Ooh, 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 spooky. Spooky Bowser. Alright, the inside of his mouth. It's just a nice, vibrant pink, right? Yeah. He has almost a candish pink to his insides. Basically a natural pink, but very vibrant. Korean is actually quite the fun way to do music. Is that what oohing is? Oh, yeah, heck yeah. Technology Tree Zone Act 3 from Sonic. Before the sequel, I believe. Yeah, I think it's before the sequel. Or is it after the sequel? Always mix the two up. Damn, the soundtrack of these games are good. That's probably good. Actually, I just never know if I just want to turn down the brightness. I think I do in this case, actually. Not even that much, like that maybe. Yeah, it's better. How many songs do I have in my music album? I have 12.
Before I go to have dinner, I already reached 6 months.
Wow.
Well, Zero, wish you luck painting that way, a whoop.
Well, thanks, Fluffs. Thanks for the 6 months subscription. And have a good dinner. I'll see you after that. And answer that question. 12,380 files. Or 514 hours, 21 minutes, and 43 seconds of music. Or 39.9 gigabytes of data. However you want to quantify it. There's a few ways. Wait, where does it say this is... Oh, that's... I never really noticed, but you're right. I never noticed the numbers in front of the songs. I never realized that was actually an indicator of the number of track. You're right, that is track number 10,193. I didn't even notice that. I always just never really recognize those numbers as anything, but you're right, those are track numbers. This is what happens when you save music for literally 10 years. Alright, now for his lovely little tail color. Complete with a very cute cat bell. And yes, it does jingle. Basically epic. I stopped really noticing things. I mean, it's such a large number, you don't really quantify it anymore. How do bits work? You collect them by watching, and then you can spin them for little silly things. You can also customize avatars using them. Or emotes, I mean. Also, if you haven't played Sonic before and after the sequel, play them. They're good. They're really good. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Bits. I'm mixing up things again. This is not a. It's not a good day to ask me questions. I'm talking channel points, my bad. Bits are just... To be blunt with you, they're a complete ripoff. You pay Twitch to turn your money into bits, but you don't get it one for one. For instance, if Tim put 10 bucks in, you'll get like 8 bucks of bits, and Twitch will take 2. And then you can give those bits to streamers. Much like subs, Twitch kind of rips off the user for that, and I don't like that. I mean, I get it. Twitch needs to take a cut, I suppose, but you can also just direct donate to me using Streamlabs, my Coffee, my PayPal.me link, or you can invest a little bit into the Rock stuff and get something cool that way for your trouble. I don't know. There's better alternatives these days, you know? Twitch isn't very competitive with its cut that it takes, I feel. That being said, I still love having you guys as subs and donating bits and stuff. It's all great. I think it's really cool. Plus, we can get emotes that way, so... Hi, Cripson. just applying the flats. These flats will take a while to apply, but that's fine. Sorry, it was just Mizuko focused flats, but then we'll go around the picture after that and color everything else. I could have sworn this bell was more golden originally. Let me, there. Mizuko posits that he wonders if the bell is the reason why everybody thinks he's a cat. And then he counters that statement by saying, why can't canines wear bells as well? He makes a good point. Why are cat bells cat bells? Put them on a dog. Gold textures are challenging. They can be. They're a little subtle. If you go one direction too far, it easily becomes too yellow. If you go the other direction, it becomes too muddy looking. Cats wear bells because they're incredibly stealthy. So can Vaporeons be. Cowbirds for dows, cats for cats. Make your own dog bells. Wait, I see a problem. Hey, what happened to... Oh, there it is. It's like, where'd the objects on the table go? Apparently I had a layer off. What is that? Why were those turned off? Not sure why. Well, whatever. Cats could also be the derpiest things. Don't tell Rise I said that. I've always taken to saying that cats are simply better at faking elegance than dogs, that's all. Alright, let's see. Oh, thank you, Crimson. Gold? Nope. Nope. The rock system doesn't like you. At least not right now. Okay, let's see. That was a really delayed gold voice to text. Alright, I think I'll do the... I'll save the flakes for later because they're going to be part of the thing I color on the table there. Let's do the pebbles. Next, I'll color objects associated with the tank itself. The tank, the pebbles, and the water filter. I'm going to separate this out into folders just to be a little more logical. Hi, Squishy. Vaporeon. Forgot how good this little remix is. Also, I'm gonna... Second. Sorry for the constant fan noise, but I hate weather, so... I'm doing okay. A little tired today, but... Okay, hold on. So, let's talk pebbles, I guess. Let's see. So they can be... Look at aquarium pebbles. I'm seeing some pebbles that makes me think that it's like fucking... What is that one cereal? Fruity Pebbles. Yeah, looks like Fruity Pebbles. Okay, I like that. Oh, that's good. I think I'll deal with that. Yeah, that looks nice. I'll just grab all those and kind of mix it up. Here we go. I'm gonna make use of this little collage. Alright, so... I see, let's see, dark gray, brown, orange, brown, red, and yellow. Not sure about those yellow ones, but... Why not blue and purple? I'm trying to think of what that would look like, and also why you suggested it. Well, here's the thing. Because of the way I do color layers, we could technically swap any color for another color later. So for now, I'll just... I'm just going to kind of randomly go around and color some of these the gray color I have now. Just gonna select randomly. Once I feel like I've kind of covered, oh, say a fifth of them. I don't know. A fifth would be good. Try to break it up so they're not touching each other. Some of them will be, but... Crimson! How about a gold? Bronze.
How about a gold?
It really doesn't. It doesn't like you. It's kind of sad right now. He's not even putting it to the box, he's just getting random rocks now. Yeah, these are not boxed rocks. This, by the way, this might be a little bit tedious, but it will look good at the end. Fortunately, since they're random pebbles, there's really no exact rhyme or reason of how I have to do this. That's nice. And yes, I did draw a lot of these pebbles pretty sketchy, but can you blame me? Look how many fucking lines I had to do. That's an issue. Small issue. Didn't color a line. There we go. Didn't color a little spot of a line. Beerus? Beerus, you hadn't gotten them, had you? Now you just got two. I see them there. You were wanting the Bundox, you couldn't get them for the longest time, and now you just got them.
Some tries for a Bundox.
You just got two Bundox. Did you get... Nice. Is Selena here? Selena, maybe your luck will turn around since Beerus did. See, the thing is, I'm mostly keeping my trap shut because I don't know if Crimson is like finding this hilarious or finding this like soul crushing. I'm not really sure.
Gold, please.
The fuck is luck? It doesn't exist. It's an illusion. Something to help people cope. That's what luck is. Luck is a thing that behaves weirdly with me too, though, to be fair, so... I understand. Am I drawing too many gray? I might be drawing too many gray, I don't know. Nah, it's probably fine. See ya, Sinky. Good luck with your RPG stuff. Why is Donkey Kong Country music so damn good? Just kinda is. How's my space into the gray? It looks alright. It doesn't have to be perfect, you know, like, it doesn't have to be perfectly even everywhere. Just need to make sure everything is a smattering all around of different types. That's what's important. If I feel like I don't have enough types, I could just add another color too. I'm like, I feel like there's still gaps here. I'm okay. Me on the ground laughing, worried my family a bit, but I'm okay. Listen, if you need to just, you know, not buy rocks for a bit, I understand. Please don't kill yourself with, like, the RNG. It's also a Genesis remix of Doggo Country music, which is nice, isn't it? Splash the Grudra, welcome. Sticky Boy comes to watch me color a Sticky and Slick Boy. This is fine. I actually got a lot of good Doggo Country music here. Let me share some more. There. Next song. The guy who did these Genesis remixes did a really bang up job. They sound really good. Flygon hips are better? I mean, why can't I have both? Flygon don't have to be able to deal with dehydrating. Hey, don't put that as a mark against anybody, Car. I mean, Technically, Mizuko has the same disadvantage, I guess. You wouldn't speak ill of Mizzy. Good or Flygon mix? Now that would be a very powerful hip combination right there. There are a lot of Pokemon hips that I would like to fall into, though, to be fair. Damn it, now I'm thinking about Aspen's hips, too. Look. When it comes to Aspen hips, like... something I colored before on a stream. Man, this one. Damn, you know? Aspen can have some good hips too, is all I have to say. Aspen? That sounds like a really fanciful name for like trapping somebody via AV. Get in my Aspen. Well, Squishy, they aren't my lines, but thank you all the same. I mean, I did color it and shade it. That was Flame, who is good with paws. I mean, I'm good with paws too. I mean, the rocks that Beerus has been vying for a while from the rocks box was technically a picture I did myself, which also, well, involved paws. So let me pull that up randomly for everyone too. If I can find it. Where to go? My files are just disorganized, just too much. There's too many things. Oh, there we go. Nope, wait, that's not it. You know, Car, remind me later, I'll share you some Flygon pictures I was a part of. Because of Tom Ghosty's Flygon character I got into art with. Since you're mentioning Flygons with great interest, I would be happy to share those with you later. Now, where's this damn picture I'm looking for? Where's this damn 4th KRS Emerald? Let's see. Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay, here. This is what I was trying to get. Here's a paw picture I did. But also it's a belly picture. So, you know. But yeah, that was the rocks that Beerus was aiming for. And also something I did all completely myself. And I think I did a good job of it, honestly. Anyways. Also, I don't know why Sai was improperly windowed, but okay. Hi, Fluffs. Well, multi-pebble coloring, it's a bit tedious, but it'll look nice at the end. So I don't really mind. Also, yeah, I chose the more natural rock colors because I feel like that would be more appropriate. Phil Mizzy would prefer resting on some actual, like, sea rocks that were, you know, sea pebbles that were dropped into the tank, rather than some weird artificial colorful rocks. Thing. You saw Pobs. Yeah, that was the Pobs I drew, actually, Fluffs. Like, all myself. Something for Fat Bunny Week many years ago, where I made myself a fat bunny with a big belly and nice paws. Two things that you need in life, you know? Okay. That's good for now. Do one more right here. Okay. That's a start. Now to go to the next color. Yes, this will take a minute, but... every color we add, it'll go faster for the next color. Yeah, these are all really nice Sega Genesis covers. I really like Sega Genesis covers of things because while technically limited in some ways, it also produced such a nice sound as well. All right, next color. This will look nice at the end, I think. Fortunately, the further I go, it'll go faster each time. Just how it works. I don't really need to sweat how I'm doing it, just need to kind of... I'm kind of like letting my eyes unfocus, actually. And kind of going like, okay, this space feels like it has enough of this color, well, now that... and then I move on to another space, basically. Goodbye, Adek. Wait, I thought I already said goodbye to him. Whatever, deja vu. It's like I'm looking at a particular space on the screen and going like, this has enough of that shade now. Then I move on. Suppose for those OTs have to be in the right mood. Yeah, it's fair. Sometimes I'm not in the mood for this style. A lot of times I am, though. I've actually done a lot of... actually, if you like them, I've done a lot of them myself, actually. I've composed a number of... using a sound font. using synthfont. I have messed around with Genesis remixes myself, and it's fun. Fun little silly thing I do on the side. I can share some of those if you like. Always happy to pull those back up. Also, I like this. They're kind of muted colors, these rocks, and I like that, actually. I mean, they have a nice, big, huge, blue, vibrant Vaporeon top, so it's a nice juxtaposition, I feel. Oh yeah, the Charmeleon. It's fun when the music syncs up with my Charmeleon self's trot down there. Occasionally we have that happen. This is looking pretty good so far, I think. I knew these pebbles would be a bit of a task when I came to coloring, but that's alright. Alright, what's the next color? So we've done the reddish brown, we've done the dark colored. Let's do that one? Yeah. That looks like a good shade. Maybe a little lighter. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Again, I really colorful stones are an option, but I kind of like this better. Sticking to those natural hues. Let's see what we can mix together. Oh shit. I just noticed we dropped a ton of frames. When did that happen? You guys could hear me, I assume, right? Yeah, it looks like I don't know. Everything was fine. I was casual looking at my frames before. Please, you guys can hear me, right? Did any sound drop at any point? Well, near the beginning of the stream, I was paying attention to the frame rate, and we had dropped 240 right when I started the stream. That's pretty normal. Just a little bit of a hiccup when you're starting up. That's pretty normal. But I just looked at it again. 15,360 frames drop. When the fuck did that all happen? Also, there's no reason this stream should be buffering. This is basically a static screen. Hey, look. When did the buffering happen for everyone? Out of curiosity. Did it never cut out the sound though, I assume? A while. Like, hour? The stream has been going for 2 hours and 48 minutes. Would you say it's been happening for half the stream? The last fourth? Last third? I need fucking partner, because Twitch is being stupid again, probably. This isn't the sort of, this isn't the sort of thing that applies to my internet, like this sort of weirdness. So 15 minutes, then. Well, it hasn't moved since we started complaining about it. Look at the last 15 minutes since you brought it up. Oh, bye, Splash. To be fair, it doesn't really matter of an art stream, though. Technically. I guess the easiest way to tell if you're buffering is to watch the text scroll at the top. I'm actually just trying to find the latency. I'm looking back at my footage. I'm trying to spot the drops, basically. I can't seem to do it. It must have been really hardcore, but really brief. Like, not all over the place, but like, just really occasionally. Because I can't find the drops. Oh well. I mean, technically it's okay that I can't find the drops. That means the resulting footage is probably not going to be that bad. Just let me know if it drops further. There is, like, almost no reason that we should be having drops. This is a practically static art stream. Like, what the hell? Basically, the more movement there is on screen, the more it is understandable to have a drop. The more effort has to be put towards encoding. 15360. That one might have been you, actually. The number hasn't changed. At least as far as I can tell. So Twitch hemorrhaged a lot of frames all at once, but then settled down. Guys, I need to get partner, because then I have higher stream priority and this shit won't happen, probably. This is just Twitch treating me poorly because I'm an affiliate. Please get me partner. I need everyone to come together and go to the streams more often. That's how we do it. $75 average viewers are needed for a month. Just had a buffer right now. 15360. The drop frame rate has not changed. Do me a favor. If you're still experiencing weird drops, I don't seem to be having any issues. But due to Twitch being a piece of crap sometimes, you might have a desync issue. You might want to refresh the page if you're still experiencing drops. That may fix it. Because right now... Oh, we just had a drop. Alright, fuck you. You know what? You know what, Twitch? Treat me like crap because I'm not a fucking partner. Sorry I can't get 75 average viewers every month. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll fix it myself. Hold on. Right. that will probably calm it down. Give it a minute to figure out what I did, though. Our magic number is 15,600. If it doesn't go over that, then we're good. This is just like poker all over again. I had to lower the bitrate. I just did. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You won't see a difference because this is basically a static stream. So you can't. It's unlikely anyone can even notice that it changed. But it will make a difference with 15840. Are you fucking with me right now? You want to play this game, you piece of shit? All right, fine. Whatever. That's fine. You want to play this? You want to play this game, Twitch? Right. 3,000 kilobytes. Went down from 7,000 to 3,000, folks. Actually, what was my original bitrate? I think it was 7,000. Let me double check that. Yeah, 7,000 is what I usually go for. Alright, you piece of crap. I've dropped it below 50% of my normal bitrate. Calm the fuck down. I can tell it's not my internet. If it was my internet, it wouldn't be dropping like this. Internet drops a special way. Internet hemorrhages for long periods of time. When it's my ISP. But when it's Twitch, it's these weird little things like we're seeing. In fact, I'll check now. Hold on. Oh. No, that's about right. Yeah. Seems fine enough. Speed test states that it's not optimal condition, but it's certainly more than good enough. It's just you're having one of those nights, I think, where it's like just a little bit of a dip. Maybe because of weather or something. But not actually like bad dip. It's just like, oh, it's not as high as usual, but it's still very high. So whatever. What I'm trying to say is that it's definitely not affecting my streaming. So the magic number is 15840. Try to remember that for me. That way I can keep an eye on the bitrate. 15840. That is what the drop frame rate is currently holding at, and if it drops further, I'm going to be very cross. Because I have reduced my... So I have gone from 7,000 kilobytes per second to 3,000. I'm okay doing this on an art stream. I would not be okay doing this on a gaming stream. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a little screen tearing when I do this now. Not that it really matters to me. Not for an art stream, but... Wouldn't matter for gaming, though. I'd be very cross if I was gaming right now. Guys, we need to hit partners so we can avoid this. Like, literally. Twitch has priorities. Partners get more priority than affiliates. So if you're stuck as an affiliate, then you're stuck suffering shit like this. It's not that Twitch being dumb is not what upsets me. It's the fact that Twitch is being dumb and it's affecting me because I'm not important enough in its caste system yet. I'm only one step above peasant. I'm not like important merchant level yet, you know? Shame. So I'm not mad that it's having issues. I'm mad that I'm stuck in a caste system that I didn't agree to. I mean, I guess I agreed to it by streaming. I had to technically be okay with it, but yeah. Isn't an affiliate somewhat important though? Somewhat. I'm better than a basic user that isn't either. But there's an awful lot of affiliates out there. The requirements are not really that hard to get to. So affiliates aren't really worth much, quote unquote. Unfortunately. And what's really annoying is because of the changes that Twitch made a few months ago about what counts as a viewer, who counts as a viewer. Basically, in the past, if you muted a stream but were still in it, you counted as a viewer. But now, if you mute a stream but are in it, you will not count as a viewer. And that has single-handedly made it harder to get partner, because that requires average viewership to be a certain number. And suddenly, a lot of people that used to count as a viewer do not count as viewers anymore because of this change. Which, of course, means that now they made it, basically anybody who got partner before the change had an easier time getting partner than anybody getting it now. Now partner is harder to get, so thanks a fucking lot, Twitch. Nope, it's not just for ads. It counted as viewership in general, didn't it? I mean, yeah, look, what if there were deaf people watching? They didn't need the sound on, regardless, so they could just turn it off. But then they would be penalized, basically, for doing so. And it's like, what? How do I do the yellow rocks? Oh, okay. I think I got an idea. Something like that. Yeah, it looks nice. Well, Beers, if you come down with hardcore facts, let me know. Till then, I'm not sure what to believe. I hope you're right, though. Linework and straight audios or nothing. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if what Beers is saying is true, then maybe it doesn't apply that way. But for the longest time, it was specifically stated to have applied that way. So I'm not sure if he's right yet. I'll need more proof to see whether or not. I'm erring on the side of caution here, so I'm simply going to advise this. 1% volume. Put it to 1% volume and you're still counting. For sure. Yeah, some people just like turn on a stream to help, and I don't mind if you're not sticking around. That's totally fine. I appreciate the viewer regardless. Gotta say, the 5 or so random different companies that have emailed me at this point saying that they could sell me views are dumb. They're always going to be dumb. But I have to admit, my frustration sometimes makes me consider it. Because it's been 4.5 years. I want to hit partner. I wouldn't actually use those methods, but sometimes I think about it. Because it's like, you know what? I really fucking deserve those numbers now. At least for a little bit. At least long enough to hit partner. You only have to get 75 average views for 1 month to hit partner. And once you've hit partner, you don't actually need to maintain that. So that's one thing that's nice. I could go back. I could have 2 viewers after getting partner. I would not lose partner. It wouldn't matter at that point. I've also run out of natural watercolors. Let's see. This is a new color? Yeah, I'll do. Never mind, I found another shade that works. This looks nice. Actually, what I'm going to do with this shade, I'm just going to make sure I color thoroughly across this area. Make sure I get every little nook. Those pebbles took an inordinate amount of time to color, but that's alright. Also, we have not dropped any more frames. Fucking though we shouldn't, given what I did, but I never trust Twitch. I guess I should be thankful that all my drops lately have been because of Twitch and not because of my internet. And that's one small good, I guess. Means that I can't blame myself, basically. Yeah, it's still at 15840. Occasional bright pebbles? Nah, I think I'll keep it like this. Because you mentioned that a little too late for me to add that idea. I mean, I could change it up, but... There's also a lot other things to work on in this picture, so I think I'm satisfied. Twitch twitches. Yeah, why is the streaming platform, which you'd hope that you have a reliable connection to, why is it called Twitch? Because if anything, if you want something to sound reliable, don't name it Twitch. Is all I would say. It's a very odd name. Actually, now that I think of, I'm like trying to think, like, is there... There's probably a reason, but I don't know what the reason is. Why they're called that, I mean. I like those pebbles. Honestly, the more yellow ones accent the pebbles nicely anyways. Pebbles. I like it. Yeah, calling site Twitch is kind of like calling a boat capsize. It's really quite the case. Yeah, yeah, the turquoise idea kind of already pulled up by the yellow ones. Like how they accent the others. Alright, so that's done. Let's move on. Next step. Random tank thing. Yeah. Well, random tank thing. What yeah, water filter, but like Lord knows what kind of color it should be. Let's just make it black, I guess. You know, I'll do a little death of field effect, actually. Line art. I will take a look in a minute. Let me finish the fishbowl. Song hurts your ears? Oh, the next one then. I'm gonna use gray and black. You'll see in a second. I had a stupid little idea. I don't know if I think it'll look fine. Just there's technically 3 layers to this unit. Thing in the front of the tank that's close to the close to the view point. Then there's the part that kind of connects the two little spigots on the side. There's the back part that's outside the tank. So I'm gonna just. Oh wait. Realization. I also need to color this in 2 separate sections because of the water. Forgot. Also, black's a good color because it makes the bubbles show up. I don't have a lot of trouble with high frequency issues with when I do my Genesis sound font remixes. Usually, anyways. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I guess. I'm just like looking at how the lines are interacting here. The water line, the filter line. I guess I'm okay with it. I get what I was doing. I think. Yeah, I think I get it. What a cute filter. I don't think I've ever seen a water filter be called cute, but, you know. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, like, what? No, I have a, oops. I didn't mean to, no, wait, that's fine, actually. So that part is that, and then I'll also do this. Unfortunately, I have to use a lot of layers for this, what I'm doing. That's okay. So it doesn't really sit right with how I did the lines here, but I guess it's fine. Technically, that water line should be behind, though. It's not inaccurate. Hi, Chris. Whatever, it's a minor thing. How the lines intersect with each other is very minor here. So it doesn't really matter how I pull it off. Yeah, it's going to be a black thing. But I'm going to do 3 layers of gray tone. And the dial can be blue or some shit. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Dial's going to be last, so... All I do is rough. Do you find it rough? The dial's another one of those things that I had the coloring issue with. I don't really care. I must have like rotated this or something because it has the little... I don't really care though, it's minor here. Not so anybody would even notice unless I pointed it out. Alright. Also, that was not based on anything. I just kind of like bullshitted this water filter. I didn't look up the water filter to see how they work. I was like, I'm just going to attach this to the side of the bowl and make a bubble or something. And then I did. Epic, these puns are reaching. Oh, Streets of Rage? I always attributed that HOD to Sonic. Huh. Actually, you know what? I think I may have made a mistake. Hold on a second. Okay. I don't get it. There's this one part of my back that always manages to itch occasionally. Just one specific part. It's very annoying. Which Sonic song? I want to say Knuckles theme, but I don't think that's right. Okay, that is darker. Alright. Hard to reach part? Yeah, it's just kind of just below the shoulder blade area I can reach. I was right, Knuckles Teeth. Okay, fair enough. I honestly was kind of just guessing. I know a few songs with songs with voice clips in them. It's also the first mini-boss theme for when you're playing Sonic 3 alone. So that also, I think, has some lyrics or voices in it. Ah, we got the Doggo Country 2 music finally. Doggo Country 2's bosses were way better than Doggo Country 1's. Probably the best in the series, actually. Now I think about it, yeah, that's true. Because Doggo Country 3 had kind of weird bosses. DKC 2 for best Doggo Country bosses. So is there? I just did like a layered effect for the tank. That looks good. Back part's darker because it's in the back, or something like that. I don't know. Regardless, it works. You should probably eat, Mig. Yeah, I know. I've done that before too, though. Also, so there's a line going through my filter that should not be going through my filter. One moment. What's the wood line? It's one of these. Here it is. Alright. I don't know how I didn't notice that. I'll fix that now. There we go. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Ah, I see. Well, good luck on eating soon. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Asleep. Bum, bum. They could be us chilling though, admittedly. This looks like just recent food coma from the fish food. Please note what the bottle says about them, anyways. Let's see. I need to dial things up here. Let's see. Maybe like, I don't know, like that. Sure. Also, it doesn't really matter what color I put down. I could just play with it after the fact. I want orange. Orange switch. Why? Yeah. Orange. Orange switch. Because I said so. Mizuko has quite the tail, doesn't he? Yeah, I like it. There we go. Okay. Now, the rim. The top and bottom of the fishbowl. They're completely opaque. Unlike the main bowl, which is transparent. What should the color of the fishbowl top, the rims, fishbowl rim color be? Gray? Probably. You like my paws? You mean Mizzy's paws? Yeah, I'm thinking we do a gray. Kind of like, I'm trying to think of what it's called. Glass that has that sort of snowy, opaque effect on it. I don't really even know what I'm talking about. There's a word for it. It's basically just... Also, you're matching the... Probably just match his deck fin. Cloudy glass. Yeah, I feel like that would be the most logical thing here for opaque rims. For it to be cloudy glass, I mean. Why, you mean, why do candy hearts taste so delicious? Also, no they don't. You mean like the Will You Be Mine hearts? Those are kind of trash candies, honestly. Pretty low quality. They're a gimmick, less a food, more a gimmick. I don't know. I don't think they're very good. Unless you get like a special variety that have a different thing going for them, maybe. They're really... First off, itch. Second off, I noticed something. There, fixed it. Since moving to Canada, my palate has expanded to slightly better quality foods, I guess you could say. Also, this stream will probably go late. I just realized like how many objects I have, and now I'm suddenly dreading the idea of shading everything. Oh well. I mean, Mizuko's one thing, but then there's all these other objects, and I'm like, Technically speaking, though, I could do what some artists do, and do selective work. That is to say, sometimes an artist will be like, I'm drawing a picture that has a paw focus. I have a whole character here, and they're showing their paws. I'm only going to shade the paws, because that's the focus of the picture. Sometimes artists do stuff like that. So technically speaking, I could, say, shade Mizuko, leave everything else flat. If it still looks good, I might do that. And it does benefit the picture in one way. When you do that sort of selective shading, it does punctuate whatever you did shade. So, if you want something to stand out, it's a good way of doing it. That being said, it has been a while since I've fully shaded a fully background picture like this. You know, as you guys know, most of the time I just, I kind of, I guess in nicer terms, slap together a background rather than build my own. And that's simply because by the time I'm done like shading up a character, I don't feel like putting the background together. But the work was kind of reversed. We had the background first, and then we're doing coloring. So in this situation, I don't know, I have a few options. See's candy is the best chocolate ever. I think it's top tier. I believe there is nothing better than it. I kind of want to import some See's candy over here, but like a box of it would cost like $60, which is ridiculous for candy, certainly. But the caramel wafers, I have a nostalgic food taste from Caleb eating them. I've never had them myself, only Caleb did, but I remember the taste all the same. They were the best chocolates. Caramel chocolate wafer things. Oh my goodness. Orgasmic taste. I'm glad somebody else knows of See's. They're quite special. I still think you did a really good background. Do you mean on previous pictures, like the Zygar one? Fortunately, when I quote-unquote slap together a background, I take a photograph, and then I artistically, I add some filters to turn it into quite the artistic-looking thing. I've kind of learned how to use those, so. Fluffs, if you like chocolate, See's Candies has the best chocolate caramel things, and other chocolate things, but the chocolate caramels are what I'm totally focused on here. Also, that looks pretty good, I guess. Oh, thank you. Also, even flat color, this background would probably look really good. I mean, look at the rocks. Even without shading, they look really nice because they have so much detail with the flats. Boom. Jig jig. Jig jib jig. Jib jib. Jib jig. Jib jig. I like Jib Jig. It's a good song. Also, I decided to make that a little lighter. Okay. That is a good shade, I think. I think that will do just fine. Let's see, am I done with the boy? I think I am for now, at least. Yeah. I just need to... Okay. That's the tank stuff. Anything attached to the tank is now colored. So next we'll move down to the table, I suppose. Yeah, table. Again, we're just gonna keep things organized. My folder? Oh, hey there, Kyra. If I had money, I'd buy the caramel ones and deliver them to you. Oh, that's appreciated. I honestly probably could afford it. I have pondered again. I got my boyfriend hyped up on him too, so I might consider it later. How you doing tonight, Kyrio? We're discussing the best chocolate that I've ever tasted. Well, that Caleb's ever tasted. I haven't tasted it myself. I do want to have it, though. Legs on mine, best way of having the most effort along with rise. Alarms, especially the cap ass because I barely practice them. Arms are hard. Limbs are hard. Hands are hard. Art is hard. Also, Floss, I'm going to see what you did. What is that picture? What have you done with your avatar? That is a silly... That's silly. Let's see what you've done. Oh my goodness. Fairy tree... Fatty tree maple syrup. Oh, that's cute. I like that. A salad underneath them. Oh, that's good. That's some good food play right there. Nicely done, Fluffs. Oh, frothy earbud. Thank you. For whatever that is. What is that? Aru? Aru. Oh, I see it now. It took me a second. I don't know why. Looked really abstract artish. Kyra, have a game night with roommates in an hour. Otherwise, day off. Oh, cool. Aragon is having one of his other D&D games, which he has like 5 million of. I think he might be about done, actually, but... Not a fan of chocolate. Ah. Well, more for me. Wait, what are you a fan of, then, when it comes to sweets? Also, everybody shoot me an answer. What color for the table? Just the table itself. I like inflation now and then. Usually more fond of, like, liquid inflation than air inflation, because I like the weight, but... Red? Okay, sure. Actually, that's a good color choice. There's not a lot of red in the picture yet. I'm really happy how those rocks turned out. I know they're just rocks, but they look really nice. Let's see. You want red? I give you red. This is a terrible red, but I'll adjust it later. Should I do the 2-layer thing with the... Yeah, I probably should. If I owned a table this bright red, I think I'd lose my eyeballs after a while. I like my sweets without a lot of complexity. I feel like chocolates... Okay, I guess chocolates can be kind of complex. Vanilla ice cream. Ah, I see. You really like simplicity, yeah. That's fair. There's a comfort in that. I get it. Zabby, you're 20 miles away. Go over there and get some. They're really good. Eat bacon. 5,427 pounds of bacon so far. Well, goodness me. That's not enough. Also, I love this song. My Melancholy is a good stage. Best Mind song in video game history. This song. Probably. It's got a good beat. I just like the beat. Ah, salt and savory flavors, Cario. That's fair. I mean, that's what I'd expect to have a dinosaur like you. This makes sense. I don't really know what I'm partial towards. Besides the obvious answer of, like, calorie-heavy things, probably. I mean, I'm a dog, so I'll go right the heck after some meat. Like jerky. Persona music phase? That could be in several genres, honestly. Oh, wait. Do I want to do 2 layers? Or just 1? You know what? Well, actually... Oh, fuck it. I'll do 2 layers. It'll make shading easier if I do shade the table. I mean, I already did it this far as 2 layers, so why not? Yeah, quite honestly, this background probably doesn't need shading to look good. I might just shade Mizuko. Save myself a lot of effort without really costing the picture anything. This really does feel like one of those situations where selective shading sounds like a good idea. Because, I mean, look at this picture. It's got plenty of detail just with color alone. Just with lines alone. That is a very good. Also, it's less insane on me to select a shade. Plus, even when I just shade a character, it takes me a while. It's a lot of work. Fortunately, Mizuko is a little bit simpler in colors, which... Actually, that's not necessarily going to make it easier. Remember Zygarde? Very simple color scheme on him, but he was a little tricky to shade. Because of that. When the colors are when colors on a character are breaking up different sections, that kind of segments my work very nicely for shading. I mean, but when the character is largely one color, I have to segment out things on my own. It's a little harder. Oh, Zygarde worked out well. Just had to play with it a bit. Apparently I got some people into stockings with the Zygarde picture. I'm not apologetic. They are. Stockings are very good. Well, some people do make a fuss if it's like, God damn, you gave me a fetish. Also, for anybody wondering, this table is not going to be this color. This is the... I'm too lazy to figure out the color right now. I'll just apply this for now. And change it later. Applying is step 1. I feel like... Yeah, you linked your... You share pictures of your mouse. I think that was the AV picture I saw earlier. Huh. Yeah, whatever. Something about the mesh confuses me, but you know what? It's fine. There's a demi mouse I know of on FA. I'm wondering if it's... I'm actually kind of unsure if I'm mixing them up with your character. Demi Mouse Boy. And by Demi, I think he's part human anyways. Does AV stuff. Wears hoodie. Glasses. Which is why I'm like, wait, is that one of your guys's? Because I like that character. I've seen it around FA for a while. Character name starts with J? Is that right? Right. Little volume adjustment. So I don't know why I'm cycling to. Apparently that. Oh. Yeah. Smash Brothers original version of, wasn't it Celadon City or something was the arena? Hi, Crimson. Kyrio, I hope you have fun with your roommates. I'm just gonna be here doing this, I suppose. I'm pretty tired, though. I've been working hard today. Doing a lot of video editing work earlier. Noble endeavor. I mean, anything for Mizuko. Mizuko deserves gifts. He is good. He is good. Good creature. The Starfix level is pretty fun. Actually, now that I think about it, since I'm pretty much... Yeah. Oh, it has a victory theme to it, too. When the match ends. That's cute. I didn't know it had that. Let's see. I'm looking at that tape and I'm going like, you know what? Just color over it. I'll just say with the tape later. Smash 64. Yeah, do you feel like the later ones are overcomplicated? Because I kind of feel like they are. I'm not really into the whole hype train where people freak out whenever a character's revealed either. Like, I don't know, I never really jived with that, I guess. Like, it's cool that the new character is added, don't get me wrong, it's just... I don't think it's that big a deal for me. Tape is see-through anyways. I'm gonna put a slight filter of white over it, because tape does slightly adjust what's underneath it. The color-wise, I mean. Very slightly. Gives the tape some substance doing that. So you don't know. It could have been like fucking duct tape, then it would have been completely opaque. But no. It's pretty obvious it's not because of how it's covering the lines. Or how specifically it's not covering the lines. Charm, devours the competition. Add me in, sure. I'd be interested. Uh-oh. I was worried that would happen. Alright, fine. There. That's a terrible color for the table, unless it's like covered with a royal carpet or something. But let's adjust it. Oh, I should have probably... whatever. Oh wait, I can see this. There we go. Okay. And actually, that's a reasonable color like that. Is that a good shade? Maybe it's still too... What character is that, Kyria? Okay, Fluffs. Darker or lighter? Oh, Gino, yeah. Super Mario RPG is fucking no longer canon. It sucks. And also, yeah, the Geo skin. That's right. Down or up? Down or up? Let's see. Brighter or darker? Brighter or darker? I'm kind of feeling brighter. Yeah, I think that makes things pop a bit better. But then again, you're right. It does distract from Mizuko less if it's darker. Yeah, okay, good point. Also, well, okay, actually, that's fine. I can do that. Okay. Well, I forgot about this weird song I have. Yeah, that's good. Thanks for the call, Carrier. Hope they never put an anime there to... Doesn't Ken kind of count? I don't know. Also, observation, I missed something over here, but that's okay. Technically, this is fine to color like this. Oops. I guess I could put it on separate... You know what, fuck it. Separate layer, just to be on the safe side. I don't believe the water interaction matters for this particular thing, but just to be on the safe side. Ami from Mikami? Oh, that would be actually really cool. Yeah, the reason I went for Red Table in the first place is because it contrasts well with Mizuko. This is the soundtrack from... Yeah, it's from that. I'm gonna actually let that play it because I like the soundtrack. It's a bit different. In a good way. Okay, there's the table colors. There's the cable colors for us. Let's just kind of grab a parchment color, I suppose. Like, I don't know, like that, maybe. That's probably fine. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna drink water. This is fair. I do have water here, so. Yes, Mom. Also, let's see. I have a thing to look at, I think. So let me check my Discord. Oh, what'd you do? What'd you do, Fluffs? Oh my, you are done. Let's see what you've done. Okay, first, the flats. Adorable. Oh, this looks good. You missed one thing. But it's very simple to add. Thanks, Kyrio. You missed his freckles. Important detail. I think that's the only thing, though. Let me double check. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, and his head leaf is the one in the one on top of his head also has red on the end. You forgot that. They just do, Epic. So freckles and that top forehead leaf needs a little red on it, I think. I say I think because I'm going to double check real fast. Yeah, that's right. Aside from that, that looks very good. I forgot his eye colors are so vibrant, actually. He did a really good job on his eyes. Okay, Fluffs. Yeah, fortunately, very easy fixes. Freckles and just adding some red to that one leaf. The reason he has freckles, though, is because he used to be human. He used to have freckles as a human, and that's one of the few human traits he didn't lose. The freckles. Also makes him cute. Oops. Yeah, cartoony, unrealistic for the sake of... Just for the sake of it being really fucking cute. Freckles was sort of a spur-of-the-moment design choice when I drew him. I actually drew him... I drew Aspen myself first. Now think about it, the characters that usually have the best pictures are the ones I first drew myself. My Shidoxian form was also first drawn by myself, too. Thinking about it, I have actually firstly drawn a lot of my characters in forms. Miltank, for instance. My Mildox, first, I drew it first. Bundox drew it. I didn't draw that first, actually, but I did expand on it. Freckles in place of whiskers? That makes sense, too. Yeah, TD, I like his battle with the fact that he's not human anymore. He still tries to be human, but he struggles. Polkadots. Oh yeah, I remember it. I recall it. Yes, that's very cute. Yeah, I think leaving. I'm gonna just call it right now. Yeah, this background is not getting it's not getting shaded. It could, but that seems like the amount of effort I would put into something that I'm getting paid to do, probably, because it is a lot of work for such a detailed background. Simply putting flats down is still itself plenty of work and will look very nice. When I have so many detailed objects, flats can do a lot of good. The simpler the picture, the more flats don't cut it. The more complex the picture is, more flats cut it. Mizzy will, of course, get details. Bat characters are cool. I don't have a bat. I do like bats, though. Astio, last thing on Discord. I will look since you brought it up. Red blush or nauseous blush? I think we will do red blush. I don't think he's feeling sick, so we'll do red blush. If we donate money to you, would you shade the background? I don't think I would in this case. When it comes to art, if I'm being paid to do something, I'd like it to be figured out in advance. So no, in this case, I wouldn't. No, not green blush. It's gonna be red blush. Green blush means he's sick to his stomach, and that makes me sad. Also, the way his stomach works, he probably would never get sick to his stomach, so... red blush. Bat characters with back wings? Oh yeah, they need to have their arms be the wings. That's the cute way. It's a very chill soundtrack. I think this is Nifless music, if I recall. Yeah, it is. Creator of Knit Story, which probably nobody knows anymore. Knit Story. Once upon a time, people really liked it. Once upon a time, people talked about it a lot. Not anymore. But it's always been a curiosity for me. This tape coloring thing is really slow. It's because of the thin lines. Oh well. Such a minor detail, but it'll look nice, so. Actually, since I know I'm flat coloring the background, I should do a few things I would normally not do because of shading. Actually, I already did it with the air filter, the water filter, for instance. I added a few different colors for its different layers, so to speak. Something kind of unnecessary if you're going to shade a picture. But since that details remain flat, it was actually a really good way to add depth to it. Likewise, though, this table could perhaps benefit from one thing I just thought about. Alright, there we go. So, obviously I don't want the tape just to be white. We're going to do this. We're just going to lower the opacity. And there we go. That's all I need to do. Just a little tape detail. Now it's finished. Well, I will be the judge of that. Give me a second, though. I just want to see something. So one thing I can do with the table, just add a little depth to it. There we go. Doesn't that suddenly make the table look a lot better? And that's why it's useful to use multiple layers, because you can just do things like that. Like, I'll just adjust this one section. Since we're not shading that, a nice flat bit of depth like that is very beneficial. Okay. Let's take a look, Fluffs. Thanks for doing that edit, by the way. How's the blushy freckle boy looking? I can't see the freckles. Oh, I see the freckles. I had to zoom in. I see the freckles now. These are good. This is good. This is a cute boy you've made. You have done me a great service. I like the salad underneath and everything. This is good. This is really cute. Oh, did I miss a spot? I'll get that in a sec. Thank you, Fluffs. Salad foof. He'll be a lovely topping. Well, he's more than a topping at that size, but... Let's see, what part did I miss? Oh, I see what you're talking about. I worked all the way around that, not even noticing. Excellent observation. I would have eventually noticed that, but thanks for calling it out now. Alright, there we are. Whatever. I just casually noticed that technically the flakes container is not quite on the perspective that it should be with the table, but it also is such a settled problem that I can just ignore it. But if you look closer, you may notice the flakes bottle isn't quite on the perspective lines. That's okay, though. It is very ignorable. What is this song? Also, just noticed something. Those of you disappointed I didn't use rainbow rocks, don't worry, the flakes will be rainbowy. Why'd you have to bring that up? Because I noticed it. Because I'm very observant. But it's not a big deal, especially once I color it. It stands out so much because it's not colored right now. Once we add in some color, it'll mesh nicely and it'll not be noticeable again. But also, I accidentally covered over these flakes, and I didn't mean to do that. Sure, observe it. What would you call it? I observed something, pointed out, and you're like, oh, sure, you're observant. Like, what? What? I don't understand. And, Yeah, okay. The song is inhaling, exhaling. I could be quite observant of art. All right, what tint should the bottle's plastic be? Give me your thoughts. This bottle should have a tint, but what tint shall that tint be? Blue, green. Both of those would stand out pretty well. We have enough blue in the picture. I think I'll go for green then. Blue, green? Sea green. Sea green then. Okay. This will come into play shortly. Basically, just color this red like normal. Actually, now I think about it. Yeah. Could just change it on the fly. Or I could apply it on top. Either or. Actually, yeah, I'll apply it on top. That's a little easier. It's easier to blend two colors if you just put both colors down and reduce one's transparency. The top one's transparency. It's the easiest way to blend two colors. Rather than trying to figure out the middle yourself, like what is the in-between color between two colors. Just stack them. Make the top one transparent, partially. Quick way to figure it out. Sea green is a good choice, though. It's not very blue. Is this a horror song? Possibly. That sounds like a horror sting for me. Or to me, rather. I don't know, maybe it's for me. I'm a dose dog. I could have a horror sting. Shaddock's horror sting. This is a bad place? Yeah, I guess it was a bad place then. There we go. Coloring around lots of little tiny objects is really tedious after a while. Fortunately, we have done that portion, so yay! Hi, Pop. Right. So now we clip a group and determine a sea green, which would be something like that, probably. Probably darken it down to like there. I don't know, it depends. I guess that would be fine. And because we're using a clipping group, we just apply it. And it's not quite sea green. Alright, hold on. To achieve more of a sea green, we go there. That's sea green, basically. Now we reduce the opacity a bit. And we get that. I guess it works. Night, Epic. Ow. Just realized I had a little injury on my leg. Yeah, just art. Things have happened art-wise, and, well, I did a lot of other stuff earlier today. But not on stream. Just stuff. Private video, censorship stuff for YouTube videos later that I'm going to post up eventually. So, yeah. Let's use this color for the label. Well, one could. One could. There's a lot of artifacting with this label because I had to reposition the letters. I'm gonna ignore it unless it looks really garish when I'm done. If it does, I'll fix it. I just don't want to be tracking down the line layer that is for Lord Flake. So it's like I don't know which one it is. Also, yay, more coloring around a bunch of objects. Hooray! This time it's letters. Hi, Slavi. I'm doing well. Tired, but well. Drifted along on an art project with limited energy, but not feeling too bad at the same time. With certain art projects and certain art events, I don't need that much brain power to do it. Just need to work. Just need to put it together. So after we're done with the table, the last major thing is the window, which actually has a lot of detail outside of it, but it's also a pretty small area, so I feel like it will go a little faster, even if it is quite detailed. Notice me? I don't know... Here's the sad truth. There's tons of people that try to get my attention all the time and try to message me and stuff that just saying I'm the guy that was trying to get you to notice me is going to like be, okay, here's your slip of paper. Please join the other 50 people currently doing that. Well, wait till your number is called. Yeah. I usually notice people for their commendable behavior, not because they ask me to notice them. Sully, I might have time for you tomorrow. I should, hopefully. Just to mention. Oh. Wifeford just went to bed. Should I get up and give him a hug before he goes to bed all the way? I heard him go to bed. He's trying to avoid me again. He doesn't like getting before bed hugs. I just want to talk to you and Suki, that's all. Yeah, 1 second. Alright, so. What happened? I stepped away to do the thing I said I was going to do. Did we ban that guy for a reason? If there was a reason, I think I missed it. Hyper said it. Oh. Tried to rally people to raid anti-first server. That is hilariously backwards thinking. I really hate these people that band together into a group to attack people. You know what we should do? We should band together in a group and attack them. That'll definitely help the situation. Yes, did you know that if you want to If you want to deal with a flood, just put water on it. Are you getting electrocuted? Add more voltage. That'll counteract it. God, I hate people who think that way. These people are attacking me, so I should attack them. That'll make everything better. Nope. Nope, what a stupid fucking idea. Wow, that garbly-gook text you just posted. Goodness me. Wait, Doggo, how are you responsible for that? Or involved, rather. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. I said words my wrong. What? What? You certainly did? Yeah, what a idiot. Guy misses the point quite heavily. So, that guy wanted to raid an anti-fur server, and also was like, I'm the guy that said, hey, notice me. Does he not realize? You're exactly the sort of person that makes those anti-fur people think they have a reason to do it. Typically speaking, anti-furs are generally that way because of specific people in the fandom that give them a very good justification in their eyes to go attack everyone in the fandom. In other words, certain people in the fandom always ruin it for everybody else. But that's not unusual. A lot of fandoms are that way. All it takes is some loud, dumb idiot to cause a lot of issues. And the thing is, I do call them dumb idiots specifically because a lot of times they don't know what they're doing. They don't understand it. There's an awful lot of people that really deserve a wake-up slap. Like, literally speaking. A slap and saying, what the fuck is wrong with you? Look at yourself. Look at what you're doing. I really feel like some people need a slap to even notice. Like, they're just so deluded otherwise that they wouldn't notice. It's a little different than wanting violence, mind you. This is a wake-up slap, not a I'm trying to hurt you slap. I'm trying to shock you. I'm trying to get your attention because you kind of fucking need to focus and notice what you're doing. That's what I mean. Anyways. Starting to get a bit real. Just... These people ruin a lot of things for a lot of people. There was this, there's one place called the Wolf Lodge. Really cool place, in Kansas City, Kansas. And it was going to host a FurCon until some idiot furry in the Kansas City community did some really stupid shit while visiting the Wolf Lodge. And then the Wolf Lodge banned furries, basically. And I don't even blame them. It's kind of an extreme response, but I don't even blame him after that idiot. But it just, like, that just ruined entire chances of furry convention stuff happening there. Just like, okay, cool. Nicely done, one idiot. I think it was a diaper fur. Not that I'm against diaper furs, but I'm against this guy. Basically, a diaper fur being publicly indecent, basically, about their interests. Which is very cringe. Kind of like Raid First. Not quite as bad as that, but still bad enough. Let's shuffle the music. I'm gonna shuffle the music again. I'm down for this one. Oh, I remixed this song actually. The best song in The Misadventures of Trombone. Now that I think about it, I'd really love an NES remix of this song. This is a Japanese name, but this is Servbot to the Rescue. The Misadventures of Trombone was an offshoot game for the Mega Man Legends series. The Mega Man Legends series had these cute little robots known as Servbots that were basically the kind of the army, so to speak, of the some of the major antagonists, the Bond family. In the Misadventure of Trombone, you play as them, the Bond family, specifically Tron. And at the end of the game, everybody in the Bond family gets captured, and the Servbots mount a rescue, which is really cute because normally they can't do anything by themselves. But the lead Servbot, the one that basically got the most attention during the game, leads the rescue. And it's kind of... it's one of those adorable kick-ass moments. I actually remixed that song. Let me see, where is it? It's a pretty good remix, so I'm gonna share it. I like it when, like, you have a silly character or whatever, or they're cute, or just they're generally kind of harmless, right? And then they save the day. They have the chance to save the day, and I like that. Here's my remix. Just a sound fun thing. This looks pretty good. Oh, I just realized something. I'm dumb. It's okay, though. Dumbness can be solved. Okay, well. Actually, wait. There's an easier way to do this. The flakes also need that shade on them. This. I can add later, though, as a separate mask. Little inefficient, but whatever. Don't I have the, there it is. It's like I need Wailord's colors again. Yeah, I just kind of forgot the flakes, but it's whatever. Hey, somebody look up what the top of Wellard's back spots are, what color they are. Tell me if they match the belly or whatever. Maybe I should make the flakes text a different color. Just realized, like, it kind of... No, it's still a different color, I guess. Does it match his belly white? The spots, that is. Okay. I couldn't remember. And looking it up takes an extra second, so... Okay. Let's match up to the stomach, then. But first... play with this a bit more. Let's go a little more towards... Yeah, I guess that looks best, like that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Wait, are they the belly shade or just pure white? It was a belly shade. Okay. It wouldn't really matter here, honestly. Too much, but... There we go. And then because of my rule of never have a pure white shade... There. I can play with the text a little more. Actually, you know what I want to play with? Text I like. Text color is good. Instead, I will adjust this. I'm going to make it... Well, you know what? Actually, that looks pretty good. I mean, that makes everything on it pop. There, better for you? I think it looks good. This does make me want to change the tint of the bottle to an orange, though. To match. 34. Okay. There we go. Okay, and then, I don't know why, but these sort of caps, I always think, like... Wait, what? Oh, that's right, the teeth. Almost nobody can appreciate this song. I'm sure very few people have played Digimon World 3. It's not a good game, but I love this song. It's the main town theme, main city theme. 3 was very troubled, but I liked a lot of music from it. It's not a good game. I'm just going to say that straight out, but I still appreciate it. There's something weird about the Digimon World 1 and 3 specifically that I really appreciate. I mean, there's a part where you turn into a Guilmon in 3, so you know. That's pretty nice. While I'm a little worried about mixing with the table, I think a red lid is probably best here, so I'm going to do a red lid. I thought about it, and I was like, you know, no, it does look good that way, so I'm going to do it that way. Oh, is that right? Big. Midge. I actually didn't know that. I like it. Yeah, it stands out still. It's all good. That being said, still wanted to pop too much. There we go. Yeah, saturate. Yeah, color theory is something I'm pretty good at, I think. All right, so let's. I don't know why, but I'm gonna save the flakes for last. I think I'm gonna flake out of working on them right now. Let's do the net. This has a very common color. I think it's just green. Is there anything special about it? No, it's just kind of just green, green, green. Okay, it could be just a single color. So I think I'll just make it a single color. That single color is just kind of a, I don't know, darkish but very bright green, like kind of there. Oh, I forgot what this song. Yeah, but honestly, this thing is just one single color usually. Not quite that shade, but needs to be more. It's kind of like that, honestly. Yeah. It's kind of darkened a bit, maybe. There we go. No, actually... Yeah, that's good. Alright, little rock sculpture thingy. What color can I make you that doesn't make you look like the pebbles here or immediately left? What natural rock color have I not used in this picture? I guess there could be an orangey toned one. Like, kinda... not quite that shade, but let me just apply it. Coral, actually, good point. Huh. Actually, know what I want to do? Swap these. Well, sort of. Yeah, there we go. Then just a little less saturation. Not that much, but a little less. There we go. Good. Okay. The reason I'm lowering the saturation is because why I would like it to be pretty coral. I also don't want it to overshadow Mizzy there. There we go, that's good. But also wanted to stand for the table. That's good though. I like that. Okay. It's kind of weird, but I'm gonna just actually make a, because of the slight weird properties it's gonna have in this picture. Flakes are gonna have their own section. As they are on Mizzy, which means they're kind of part of the Mizzy layer too, but not exactly. So fish flakes. They can be all sorts of colors, but usually they look like, honestly, they look like autumn leaves usually. So that's red, green, and yellow in kind of a grayish shade. Alright. Which actually gives me a great idea. Hold on. There's a very easy way I could pull this off. Oh, damn it. When did that happen? Ah, hold on. Win a win. I missed a little bit of the label. Goodness. I think I would have noticed that. But yeah, anyways, I'm going to just do like really garishly bright colors, and then I'm going to grade them all together. It's going to be great. Okay. So that's red. Yeah, coral comes in all sorts of colors. And green. Another good song from the Digimon World 3. The Badlands. Also, this game has no right to have good music. It's kind of not a great game, like I said, but... Alright, so anyways, here's the fun thing. We're gonna now, take the whole folder and just... There, that's it. They are now properly fish flake shade. Just by doing that. If I feel like they're too dark, I can always just lighten them up a bit. There we go. Oh, thank you. I write music, I sing, I do art, I draw. I mean, doing art is drawing. I also write. I also do gaming. I also do voice stuff. I do everything. None of it, I don't do any of it well, but I do everything. Can I clipping group to... Wait, I can? I've never tried this before. Clipping group to a folder. Odd. Ah, diorama music. There. Filter applied like I needed. The soundtrack is very harsh, but I like it a lot. Diorun's all about racing other dinosaurs as the apocalypse happens around you. It's a good game. Right. Well, that's that. Okay, now for... Yeah, thanks for the compliment, Deck. I think I have a reasonable amount of talent, and I think I've started to reach the point where I want to use it. I mean, obviously that's why I stream, but like, I want to see it utilized, like... Great if I could have some professional opportunities. Like voice acting in a game or something would be cool. Also, we're going to use that trick I used on the table here. Fortunately for me, everything here is straight lines, so it's actually pretty easy to color around. Uh-oh. There we go. Alright. Ah. It would appear that my straight lines didn't quite work. Oh well. Close enough, I suppose. Math for college. Fun. Alright, so I don't quite like that. Let's play with it a bit. Okay, I like that a lot more, actually. That's a good shade. Alright, so we take that shade, and then we... So, there's a glass pane here, and it's not going to affect the color of anything. Except for maybe right where it sits, maybe I'll do the same right there, but... Otherwise, it won't affect anything. Clear glass. Mostly because I don't want it to affect the vista. Yeah, where the pane hits the wall, that lined area, I'll add a little bit of an effect there, but otherwise, I think it's fine. I have absolutely no idea what song we're listening to. Like, well, I know what it's named, but I don't know what this is from. I don't remember this one. I recognize that one. Thank you. Bronze Oak Tower is a good idea, Phil. If it exists in the anime, I didn't know. I kind of came up with it on my own, so... I don't know if it does or not. Hopefully it doesn't, because then I can invent it. That's fair, Beerus. Go get sleep, then. And also, don't talk to me about sleep right now, because then it makes me think about how tired I am. Damn you. Also, this song's good and all, but you know what I prefer? You know, there's a boss that I wish would come back. From Sonic Advance. This boy. We've only ever seen Metal Knuckles in Sonic Advance 1. I like Metal Knuckles. The fight was good, too. Metal Knuckles, Sonic Advance 1. He's a two-phase fight. Here's phase 1. Phase 1, he fights like, well, Knuckles, as you might imagine. And then phase 2. This song. Whoops. I restarted by accident. This song is good. In phase 2, you rip off some of his metal chassis. He kind of looks a little Terminator-esque, and then he starts shooting fucking missiles everywhere. It stops fighting like Knuckles quite. Kind of mixes it up. He fights like Knuckles if Knuckles had a rocket launcher. At that point. And it clearly dimps when designing Sonic Advance. Clearly they wanted Mecha Knuckles to be a significant boss, because he's like one of the few bosses that gets a phase 2. Well, okay, Robotnik does too, but like... outside of Robotnik, like, it's uncommon to see phase 2 bosses like that. Most bosses in the game have phase 2s, but like... Metal Knuckles left an impression of his phase 2, so to speak. Oh no. The Sonic Advance games were pretty good, especially the first one and the second one. Actually, I kind of want to look up the boss fight real fast now. Try to remember if it was actually hard or not. I can't remember. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's see the fight, actually. I need a small break anyways. Okay, I don't need to watch the entire stage, but... He beat him in less than a minute, but then again, this guy seems to be... possibly a speedrunner? I'm not really sure. Here. Watch it with me if you want. It's only a minute. Give you a quick idea of the fight, though. Here. I was okay when I said missiles. Okay, he's not that hard when you're using tails, admittedly. He does, however, have more than 8 hits. I think he has 9, weirdly enough. Pretty quick fight. But I got the idea across. Yeah, he starts off as a slightly miscolored Knuckles, so you think you're fighting Knuckles. But then it doesn't quite look right either. Yeah. Honestly, his design's pretty cool, and I don't know why he shoots giant fucking missiles, but hey, it's kind of neat. I don't even know where he's shooting them from. First to last canonical appearance of Metal Knuckles from the games. I mean, it's a good concept. I could see other things being done with that. Like, imagine if Eggman's, like, actually... Like, imagine if Eggman made Metal Knuckles into a thing that could kind of control Angel Island. Like, much like how Knuckles is the guardian of the Master Emerald and more or less has the island as his sort of domain with portals, with technology and stuff probably, you know, interacting with him specifically. Then imagine if Metal Knuckles could just interact with all that stuff too and kind of steal his position. That's what I'm thinking, like... A robot that can hijack that sort of guardianship from Knuckles would be interesting. Okay. I guess. Right. It's technically still glass. Also, this final boss theme is pretty solid, too. Very good use of bass for the Game Boy Advance. Actually, Sonic Advance has some of the best... has some of my favorite Sonic music now I think about it. Alright, let's see. Minus 12. Actually, you know what? On second thought, right? Flipping group. No, not like that. Like, here's one of the best songs. Let's see if I can find it. Here. This. Egg Rocket Zone was a really cool level, and its song was really good. Yeah, this is a remix, but still. Debating how I wanted this. Let's see. You know what? I'm okay with that. But Egg Rocket Zone is cool because it's a level where you're climbing a rocket that's launching off into space, and each section is timed because the rocket's falling apart, and you must get to the next vertical section before the section you're in falls off for the rest of the rocket. It's a very good concept for a level design, and it actually works really well with Sonic's speed and just general flow. It's also pretty climactic. There's the line I'm looking for. Okay. Bye again, Dick. I'm realizing that if I remove that line, that looks better, doesn't it? Actually, give me your thoughts. Does that look better with the pain line removed? So as it implies, it's just in the middle like that. I'm feeling as if this works better. But I don't know. Which way looks more... I don't know. I guess either looks fine, because it does kind of imply a pane exists there. In this method. Yeah, I guess it's still fine this way. Okay. It's a minor detail regardless. Oh, this remix is good too. Alright, let's see. Okay. Honestly, the Vista, I don't think this will take me that long. Fortunately. So let's just go right in. The only thing is I'm going to need to look up Bronzong for its colors again. Outside of that, I can just do whatever. Da, da, dun, da, 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 The song is easy for me to riff to. That is to say, put my own counter melody to. I don't know why, it's just this song really jives with me. Counter melodies don't always work. It depends on, you know, that you're always gonna mess up if you're just doing an ad lib, but that's fine. Just go with it. It's about filling the music. It's not necessarily about singing every note right. Yeah, this specific remix is probably the best version of the song. For obvious reasons. Very smooth. I love it. Yeah, we fixed the frame drop by murdering my bitrate until Twitch was like, I think I can stop messing up with that. Thanks. Night, Pop. And, good night to you. Oh, I didn't even know you were here. Well, good night to you too, Ghosty. I'll talk to you later. Well, you lived up to your name, I suppose. Maybe I missed your message. I'm tired tonight. I did like 8 hours of video work before this stream, so yeah. But yeah, I'll feel free to poke me anytime, dude. Stay up all night. I hope I don't do that, honestly. I just wanna get this project to some form of completion. Part of me doesn't even want to shave Mizuko tonight, but part of me does. And I'll probably just take a break once the flats are done, and then come back to it. After that break. I hate fences. However, I do like Escape from Puppy Death Factory, so I'm totally okay with this. Yeah, this game is all about dogs. It's Dog Metroid, let me put it this way. It's also very good. And it's also probably dead because it's actually a Flash game, I just remembered. That's a shame. I wonder if it was saved on that Flashpoint thing, which saved a bunch of games. I hope it got saved. It was good. There's a Flashpoint, I think it was what it's called, that saved a bunch of Flash games, and Escape from Puppy Death Factory better be on that list. Like, seriously, because I might want to play it again. It's Metroid with dogs. And it's good. It's very good. I saved the soundtrack because, you know, it's very good. Here, I'll share more. It's weird how well I can remember melodies. The game works in a really fun way. The dog's barking to the music. You're trying to find dogs at all these different locations. It's a Metrovia, so you're exploring. And you know if there's a dog in that location you're at if you hear barking in the music. You are also a dog, by the way, because that's important. But basically, if there's barking in the music, that means there's a dog nearby. That's why you may notice there's two different versions of each song. Last puppies are in captivity. Well, that's good to hear, Link. It's very clever, and it's very cute. We need more dog soundtracks like this. Alright, let's see here. My grass is overly bright. Yeah, the soundtrack is just fun to this game. It's very good. I see. God, these thin lines are killing me. I only have myself to blame, though. It's good music, isn't it? This is all from Escape from Puppy Death Factory. It is a kind of classic in my book, though. It's not super old, but Oh, right. I was gonna... You didn't play enough Flash games, Fred. A lot of them might be classical music, I'm not sure. It's possible. All the Mountain King was. That traditional carnival theme? I mean, a carnival-ish song? I don't know. I'm not really... Didn't really ever think of that. Not too big on that style? Carnival Night Zone is a fun song, though. Yeah, cliche-wise, yeah, I know what you mean. Oops. Whatever, that's fine. Zoomed in too much. But I guess I'll make it easier. Yeah, I would actually believe it if all this music was from classical basis. Listening to it back, I'm just thinking about it, like, it kind of does sound like it would be. It's good. Very focused barking. Fits color. Yeah, it seems good. At least for now. It makes me think of another game. I don't know, this song. Maybe it sounds a little Pokemon? I don't know. Boss fight. Ah, the intro area, I think. Yeah, Mother Rain is where you start the game. It's a rainy area where you set your Metroid ship down. Mother Rain. I just realized the fucking pun there. After all, it literally is a Metroid game. Well, without actually being a Metroid game. So naturally, they did a fucking pun with that title. Does everybody get the pun? I hope somebody does. Somebody should know Metroid enough. Mother Rain. The main antagonist of the Metroid series is Mother Brain. I don't know. That's how did you forget that? If you played any bit of Metroid, you probably would eventually hear that. It's okay though. Fences really slow me down, but it's nice to have these fences here. Adds detail. Okay, this window's taking longer than I thought it would. I'll be perfectly blunt. Mother Ridley. That's the victory fan for you get when you get a cat, when you get a puppy. I think You Got the Puppy is probably the best collectible theme ever. I mean, come on. Also, rescuing a cat, the secret objective. Because dogs are good animals and will rescue cats too. Alright, let's see here. First off, I don't like the Fitz color because I feel like it's going to contrast poorly with something. So, hold on. But again... I mean, I could just make them wood color, to be fair. Nah, too much brown around the picture. I think white's better, or yellow is better. How's it all timed? Well timed to get a follow. It's Mario Paint dog sound, and yes, I use that in my little stream stickers too. I also composed something in Mario Paint for that. This is because Mario Paint dog bark is the best dog bark. Obviously. So I'm playing a cool little color effect, but I'm not sure how to do it yet, so I'm just gonna proceed as normal. Actually, maybe I'll just make the sky have it and not anything else. I don't know. I'll think about it. Meow. Cat inquires. Meow. I mean, that's why my... If you recall, everyone, my... when somebody does a subscription or donates bits, I believe I have a meow at the end of my the little sound cue that plays that when you do that. Escape from Puppy Death Factory kind of inspired some of the musical cues I use in my streaming. So... Okay. Let's go ahead and pursue these buildings over here. Most of them can have whatever architecture I want, but a few of them are specific, so... Let's start with the Bronzong. That is... That'll do. That'll do just fine. Okay. Even better. Okay, cool. Right. Okay. Main shade. Right. Right, okay. Gotta zoom in nice and close because these lines are super thin. Kind of by design, though. By necessity, really. This is the definition of detail I work at this point. But it's fine. Wanna hug me? Aw. How's this? Apparently it's a Donkey Kong Country boss theme. I fucking can't tell. Which one, though? Oh, Donkey Kong Country 3. That is a weird boss theme, that one. I will song. YouTube seems to enjoy the chill art, which I appreciate. Future. He's talking to your future self. Oh, that's silly. I like that. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, da-da-da-ba-bum. Yeah, I just realized this part I'm singing sounds an awful lot like a Zelda song. Ba-ba-da-dum. Even though I know it's from PMD, obviously, but PSMD. But I'm just like realizing that sounds very Zelda-ish, that part. I agree. Oh, right. Ba-da-da-da-bum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-ba-bum. How many times have I heard this song? Doesn't matter, I still love it. Oh yeah. What are your teeth like? Okay, they're just very Colgate. Good work. We're getting to Zemi's soundtrack again. Cool. So there's two specific things here that require certain colors, so. Dental hygiene? So one thing all Pokemon are good at? I mean, it's true. You don't see any... I can't think of any Pokemon with, like, yellow teeth or anything. Maybe. There's some. I don't know. Even Gengar has quite the Colgate smile. And he's dead. So... Even Muck? What? Muck has teeth? Forget this. Alolan Muck does. I forgot about that one. I also wasn't noticing it had teeth, apparently. I never noticed that. Why does it have teeth? It's a better question than how the teeth are. Night to Dusky. Good night, Dusky. Huh. There's blue. Okay. I don't need to match this one for one, but I just am. Anyways. Because why not? Why not? I've gone this far. You could type exclamation time and find out. Because I actually haven't been looking. I guess it's that time. Now I know. Nearly midnight, which doesn't seem that late, but... Well, my friends, I have been sleeping at like 6... I've been sleeping around 10 p.m. a lot of times. A lot of nights lately. I don't know why, I just have been. So one could certainly argue. This is a pretty late hour for me. Oh. Oh. Wrong layer. God damn it. One sec. That's better. Okay. I swear, these back edges drive you up the wall if you let them. Oh well. Being back at drawing advice. You know, people... I've been asked that exact question here before. Try not to compare yourself to others. Don't put yourself down because you don't match up to somebody. Just worry about what you can do. That's the biggest advice I can give. Also, don't obsess over a detail. If you don't know how something puts together, if you get stuck somewhere, just go somewhere else in the picture and work somewhere else. Come back to it later. It might prove that if you add more to the picture elsewhere, it'll give you a better understanding of what to do in the place you're having trouble. Also, don't be afraid to be a little bit sloppy. A slightly misplaced line or a little bit of color bleed into something else probably won't affect the overall picture. I guess that's my trifecta of good advice. Kind of a late hour to ask me for advice, though. Oof. But there you go. Let's see here. That's okay. Alright, I'm gonna treat these like Californian houses. Which means this shade. Be like this. I don't know what we're listening to right now. I have no idea. Oh crap, with the rapper game more where exhausted gins went on? Oh my. That sounds kind of funny. Ah. Bugger. Too small an area for the paint tool. It freaks out and does too much. Okay. And then I want to go red. And gray it heavily like that, maybe? Too much. Too little. That's good. Red clay. Caleb was once in California too. Red clay, rounded roofs, kind of a pipe design. I don't know how to put it. I don't know what. There's probably a word for it, but it's a very specific Santa Barbara specifically area. This house is there. You know what I'm wondering about? First off, that looks good. And the bell is colored. It's hard to tell, but it is colored. Maybe I'll enhance its green a bit, actually. There it is. Okay. Perhaps I will make it a little bit more obvious. There we go. Okay. Terracotta, that's it. That's the word. Okay, so I want to go and I want to steal the door. I want to steal this guy's front door. I'm a jerk like that. Okay, there we go. I want to steal his door so I can put it on this. Okay, now the lighthouse color. Geez, I don't know. Let's go with... We could do orange. Maybe an orange would be nice. Peach. There we go. I don't know. Kind of liking the purple, man. I don't know. I just kind of like the purple. Maybe if I lighten up the purple. Also saturate it. Like that. Yeah, like that. There we go. I'm gonna do that. And then... I really put an unnecessary amount of work into this. It's fine, though. There's a reason I'm skipping orange, but you'll understand it in a little bit. It's actually a very specific reason where I'm like, I think I'd like to not do orange. Purple's a nice contrast to everything else. I'll look for what I need. Okay, that'll do. Night, Blake. Might not be bright enough, but we'll see. I just noticed something. I tried. Actually, I pulled that off really well. Alright, hold on. Not done, though. Kind of like that, but hold on. I have a plan. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. There. Orange windows because it is an orange reflection, not a blue. Now let's see. Yellow the grass more to match the shade of the environment. And darken the hill? Maybe a little bit. Nah, it's fine where it is. There we go. Hi, Seth. That was fun. Let's see. That's the window, though. We're done. We're done there. Finally. Let's see something about the table. Just see if there's a decent pattern I can throw it on. Asparill is always a nice one. I like to throw it on everything. Just looks nice. Alright, there we go. Give the table a little texture, because why not? It's there. Don't I have a parchment? Okay, crazy song, please. I'm a little, little late for your craziness. Canvas is what I want. That's it. No, it's not. Actually, maybe it is. Say the right yeah, that's the one. Ba-dum, ba-dum, da-da-dum, ba-dum. A little texturing here and there. Don't need it all over the place. Just in a few small spots. That just leaves one damn wall, needing something to make it fall. Actually, no, don't want to make it fall. We need that wall. What color shall it be? Something to believe. What color indeed? Something of a darker purple blue. That might be the hue. Oops. I can't begin to tell you why, but I always struggle at specifically wall colors. Everything else I've done, more or less achievable. Wall colors? Like, what the hell am I doing? Oftentimes I have no idea. Green's not bad. I have to do like Ah, this cookie is for you. That's good. Okay, hold on. Kind of fill in, like... yeah, that's a good shade. Thanks, Seth. What should I do with all of these shades that I have at my availability? I don't know, just picking the best one. It's not actually that easy and it's not that fun. What do I actually want to pick for this? I have to wonder to myself. Let's see. What is a good shade? How did you set up a fire alarm trying to make hot cocoa of all things? Is that a good wall pattern? I don't know. I'll keep 8s in mind. That might be a good choice. It's hard to remember what all my textures are, because they're all just numbers. I probably could change that, but... Oh. Oh, why are you putting... I wouldn't put whipping cream on before, like, finishing cooking it. I found galaxies. Let's see. I'm like an 8 enough. Yeah, I think I like 8. Heh. A fun pattern, but not for this situation. Oh, actually, wait. Camel wall. Your house is hidden if you wear it. If you have it on your walls. Best time to get commission. What are your prices? Not technically open, man. But if you're really feeling like you could hit me up with an idea, but keep in mind you're gonna have to pay some decent money. I'm not sure. I'll hear your idea though. The reason for the decent money thing is just because time is money, you know. All that, you know, the usual jazz that people say. Oh, I kinda like that. That might work. That might work. Blob Stucco, you always are helpful, aren't you? Let's see. There we go. Blob Stucco will do the trick. Hello, Dr. Fox. The official Dr. Fox. Okay, so I've done that, right? So now I gotta do this. We actually gotta do some shading, actually. So what's our light angle? It's gonna be like that? That seems reasonable. We need some depth on the window. Without that, it looked really weird. This seems good. Okay, so if that's our angle, then I guess that would also mean. It is a chunk. Actually, wait, that part is kind of okay, actually. Yeah, I don't really need to imply anything there. Thinking about it. Yeah, that part's fine. Okay. And what we need now is like it is Mizuko, yes. Alright, let's see. That's good. Just some subtle shading off to the lower right because this kind of makes sense to have some lighting like that. That makes the scene just a little bit more dynamic. Like I said, I'm only really going to shade Mizuko, but the exception is that the main background wall, we need some depth with it, so I just added that depth by doing what I did. Oh, alright. So with all that being done, I think save for a picture of your Shaddock's pitting my Nimbat boy snack with a big forepaw while your Shack Slippy's chops all hungry like. That's a decent idea. I'll have to think about it. Oh, is that it? Good. Okay. Let's get the water turned on. I guess that needs to go in front of every other. Boop. Then we play the opacity of it. It all comes back to this. Fine scales or smooth skinned? Smooth skinned like a dolphin. But softer, technically. I feel that is a reasonable water opacity. We don't need it to be too extreme, I feel. What do you guys think? Plus, we'd like Mizuko not to get buried in the water, you know. If we made it really... If we made it really opaque, then... Yeah. I think that's a good amount. What do you guys think? Maybe a little bit more, though. Yeah, maybe. Possibly. There's just one thing bothering me. The back table line. It's not behaving. With everything else. I can fix that, though. I think the amount of opacity is suitable. Let me zoom it out a bit. Yeah, like, if I go to 50, it just looks kind of weird. So, 25. Because even if I go to, like... $35. That's still acceptable. Actually, I think 35 might be the best. I don't feel like it's doing anything bad, per se. But it is just making the water a little bit more... Hey, water is here. Hey, look at me. Which I think is working. Working out for me. There's me turning it off and on. So water should be a little obvious. Oh shit, this song. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied at 35. Good middle range. Significant difference. Leviathan. The song's really good. I'll turn it up a bit. This is from Final Fantasy XIV. It's when you fight Leviathan. Pretty cool boss theme. Good night, Parker. Let's see. I'm curious about that. Okay. Yeah, this is I remember this fight because I played 14. It's a good fight. And the song is just, I don't know, rad. Not an experiment, by the way. Fortunately, quite an assortment of good music for boss fights. This is probably the one that stood out to me most, though. It's actually probably my favorite one. It's like kind of like this cool modern rock song while also being like a primal chant and stuff. It's cool. It's a cool mix. Fits Leviathan pretty well too. This is actually English, by the way. I don't know what it's saying. I should look up the lyrics. Alright, there we go. If I'm not mistaken, what I'm doing right now is the last thing before the shading, lighting. We've come a long way, folks. Alright. So that's not good enough, but that's, I knew I had a feeling it probably wouldn't be good enough, so... Madame Troy's song, okay. Right, so I kind of figured that wouldn't work, because I believe... you must make it, like... that? Not sure, actually. It does look about right, actually. Weirdly, that looks right, but then when I have it... Night, Seth. Hopefully you do. Hopefully you do. Weird. It's almost like if I did this. Heh. What do you know? That looks right. Need to compare something. Oh, but I missed something. Otherwise, this is good. Okay, so that's the proper squish lines then. I have to wonder. Does light reflect off of these? Well, yes. Does shadows reflect off of these? I'm not so sure. This looks good, though. Okay, so... around it. That makes sense. Where it squishes, no. Keep it flat? I could. Interesting. Just to humor myself for a second, I'm going to do something. Let's see. Alright. Okay. Okay. Kind of do some experimentation. A flame does not cast a shadow. That's true. I forget the rules about that, but I know what you're talking about. I wonder if... Is that logical? No. Maybe? What I'm trying to figure out is, like... Does any of this area have anything going on for it? Or... is the shine supposed to be put on the outside like this? On these parts? I'm not sure. I feel like... Yeah, that looks more accurate, actually. That one. I'll experiment a bit more. I am trying to decide on shine locations right now. I don't know, guys. Do you think this middle part should have any shine in it? I'm trying to decide that. We dropped more frames, by the way. Didn't we? Wow. Really? I don't know when that happened, but... I'm just like, really? I already cut my bitrate more than 50% down. That's ridiculous. Twitch, you're a piece of shit. Sometimes, seriously. I don't get it, man. Some days this runs fine, then other days it's like, ugh. That's okay, I don't know either myself, so... I think having the outside be the part that has the... I think that looks right. I think that looks good, personally. What I did. I think the middle... It's smushed against the glass, so it should have nothing happening to it. So if I just repeat that with the other ones, then... Oh no, it's infinite. I like Adolfo. Okay, I'll take that. I won't take sneezes, though. They're not very useful. Thanks. That's pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Oh, interesting. I am debating. I kind of like it. Welcome, Dip. Welcome. Hope you are having a good night. I'm kind of tired myself, but I'm doing well. I'm used to going to bed like 3 hours ago, at least lately. Normally I'm quite the night owl, but not as of late. But I got a picture to work on. I'm gonna take a small break soon, actually, though, just to get up, walk around, grab a drink, refresh myself for the last part. Not yet, though. Not quite there. Gotta do absolutely everything I need to do except for the shading. Honestly, I'm new to doing water effects, so I'm hopefully doing okay here. Hopefully the shine looks appealing and not overbearing. Feel free to let me know if you think I'm doing too much shine. Sorry, okay, good. Good to hear. It's hard to figure out where to put the lines sometimes. Kind of want them opposite each other so you can suggest a good squish, I guess. Go ahead and leave, Hyper. It's not a huge deal. You have a good night, dude. It's starting to take a while to save this project. It has a lot of layers. Oh, that looks good, actually. Keep it like that. Okay. That looks pretty good. Now I have to ask myself if I want it to be less transparent. Like that. Looks better that way, I think. Or is that not good enough? Oh, hi there, Flooful. Thanks for the raid. Okay, I think that looks pretty good like that. Yeah, I think 75% is the winning value. Or is it? Guess it's kind of up to me, really. That amount's pretty good. Welcome, Flooful. It is quite an interesting hour for a raid. But remember, time zones. Gosh, I can't decide. I need your guys' opinion. I'm trying to decide between two different opacities for the shine lines. I'm currently cycling between them now. One of them is 100% opacity, and one of them is 75%. The 75% one's a little more transparent, a little more subdued. I'm cycling them right now. What looks better? I know it's pretty subtle. You like it staying out? Okay. I think I like it staying out too, but I wasn't 100% sure. And Trips is like 75%. Okay. Chaos mod? I'm gonna assume Dark Souls. I'm not really sure what game you're applying that mod to. Technically, Super Mario 64 has a Chaos mod. I don't know. GTA 5. See, there's tons of games with Chaos mods. It's always hard to tell which one you're talking about. Jeez, I mean, I can always play this later. I'm gonna leave it at 75% for now. It is underwater. That's the main reason I think it might need to be subdued. Hassle to get it running, or hassle to play it? Ah, I see. I feel as if I feel like that is correct. I believe that glass smush looks better like that. What do you guys think? Lightened it. Hope that's not too much lightened. I think that's just the right amount. That's why I like to zoom out now and then actually making... I like to zoom in and out to, you know, see what the hell I'm doing. See how things look. Maybe it's say in between what I did. Let's see. I definitely think lightening that looks good. Really makes it stand out. Okay. So with that done, alright, Bubbles. Bubbles needed a, Actually, not so much now. You know what? The bubbles are fine. Never mind. Ah, heck of it. Let me give him a slight little bit of a... I had a dumb idea for the bubble. Okay. Ever so slightly gave the bubbles a bit of opacity. Looks good. Just a little bit. Just a little bit for a little bit of fun there. How the heck am I going to get the shade down with this level of energy? Alright, well... That's a good question, but... I think the answer lies within... making sure I'm done with everything else. Which... I mean... Am I missing anything at this point? I guess, let's see, okay, avoiding, ignoring the shading. Oh, yeah, there was one. Oh, there's that, at the very least. A few selective texture things. World's most subtle texture. There we go. Technically it is textured though, it's cloth, not leather or anything. Let's see, what other things could use lines? Let's see. He's a shy boy, so putting lines on. Okay, actually, hold on. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct lighting. Okay, good. Just making sure before I do it. This is the correct place to light the bell. Just need to get a line that I like. Which actually would probably be easier if I... No. Maybe a bigger line would actually help me here. Yeah. Looks good. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
In a land untouched by time, lives the life that man has forgotten, where the primitive struggle against nature, and danger is the only rule. This is the mighty jungle.
That's an odd song intro. I don't even know. Hi, Red. Let's see. Thank you. Let's see. That's pretty cute, actually. I like that. That works pretty well, actually. Alright, well, remove it from the water.
This is the mighty jungle.
Okay. Everything okay? Tiredness. Tiredness, friends. It can affect any of us. Oops. Yeah, I like that. Slight angle. Even. Even spin. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Right, so anyways. This layer. What was I doing with this layer? Oh, right. This layer was 4. Yeah. Smooth, smooth, come on. There, that's better. Doesn't have to be perfect, but speed of which. Just feeling as if it would be a decent idea to. Oh, hey, this song. I like this song. Shiny. Shiny boy. Especially since these body parts were previously wet. Or are still wet, technically. feel like that's a good shine. Right. I'm working purely on instinct. I'm too tired to work with anything else right now. Fat and shiny is a good combo. I still don't understand how you make the hot cocoa in such a way to cause that much destruction. Still kind of confused about it. Just lingering it. Let's see. Okay. After studying this for a bit, I'm like, yeah, okay, it needs to be over here. Like, it needs to be. Yep, should work. Nah. See one perfectly placed line. It's really tricky because they'll have the water lines waves. I might do. Knock off the line and step on it. Tons of smokes. Yeah, that's... I mean, milk boils very, very dramatically once it hits that boiling point. You need to take it off as it starts to bubble. But before it really starts... If your milk's boiling, you've done something wrong. You're both burning it and probably creating a froth that will burn over the stove pan. You really gotta watch it when you're cooking milk with milk. Damn it. What freaking line will work here? I'm just not really sure. It's such a narrow avenue. Maybe that will look okay. I guess it's still alright. It doesn't fill me with dismay. I think it'll do enough to do what I need it to do for now. But I hope that it actually looks good in the end. It just seems a little too small. That's a problem, really. Oh, wait. I have a solution. No, that didn't work. Damn it. Why is it so hard? Oh, wait. What if I... Yeah, sure, why not? I like it. It's good enough. Does a trick. I can't help myself. I started working on Mizzy. I suddenly want to add shine everywhere. I'm controlling myself, sort of. There. I don't even know if I'll add shine underwater. Aside from those accent points where the swish lines are swishaline. I think the rest is probably fine how it is. Oh, well, I mean, I say that, but... Well, it's still good at hot cocoa. I'm surprised, considering you destroyed the milk by burning it, but hey, as long as you enjoyed it. Oh, so I burned milk before I still used it though, so fair enough, I guess. Really. Not the weirdest thing I've done. Alright, let's see here. I didn't even move it. There. Okay. That'd be better there. Depends. That'll do. Good spot. So you're like, well, you're making, like, I'm just, look. I'm okay at powder hot chocolate. You're trying to do, like, fancy deluxe chocolate, which I would commend, except for if you're also destroying it, then maybe you should, as David Thoreau said, simplify, simplify. I mean, I've had people chide me for even stepping away from the kitchen. I don't know. Like, you shouldn't have things burning over because you should be watching it. You should be there, I've been told. I don't subscribe to that exactly. I do step away, but... Ooh, I like that line. I wonder. I won't cut it. You know, never mind if it cuts it or let's just look at it. Ooh. I like that, actually. I think that placement looks pretty good. Move it up, but I don't know. It just doesn't look as good. Yeah, I think that placement's correct. I just need to clean it up. Alright, there we go. Wait a minute. Maybe they didn't need to be moved up. Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know. I'm less like, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing, but it's fine. This is good. This works. I wonder if that would look better if I tilted it more. I mean, no, not really. I mean, maybe a little bit. I don't know. No, I like it better the other way. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. Alright. Range shine at specific points. We're almost done, actually. Just need to... Huh? Oh, wrong tool. Got very confused there for a minute. That looks good. Okay. Good. I'm following lighting rules, more or less. Okay, there we go. Nah. That's good how it is. Squishy Tuffin. Now, let's see. Fluffs did a few weird things with Mizuko here. The head fins are odd, for one. You know what? I almost wonder if these things don't need to have a shine. That would look good one, but I put it on and I'm now not sure. It's hard to say what. I don't even understand the material they're made of. It's much thicker than their skin. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave those alone. His skin, his main blue skin is really the shiniest part of him anyways. Okay. I suppose a little bit here and there would be bad here, so... Well, that's pretty acceptable for that, I think. Yeah, okay, I think... Yeah, I can excuse those as well, because they have the fins and the bowl blocking their light, sorta. I don't know, I just really don't like putting light on those. It just looks wrong. Leave them be. Get that or get the scarcest, littlest bit. Could work, technically. Okay, a little bit's fine, just like a little. Yeah, it's pretty good. More or less. More or less. I don't know, man. It looks weird. All signs point to it still making sense. I don't know. I'll leave it be. Let's just make a shine set here. Okay. I forgot about this song. It's a pretty good song. This is a fastest start of line 2 song. Too close to the edge of the bolt. Oh, good point. Thanks. That actually answers why. Let's put a little hint there. Good enough. Okay, a little simpler. Alright. Aside from shading, it's done. Do I do it? Do I just pursue it? Why not? See, I think I should do 35. I might keep this. I might. Yeah, you know what? This is a faster way to do shading. That I don't typically do. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, that's good. Yes, this will do nicely, everyone. Just a quick little bit of shading here and there. Nothing too complicated, nothing too crazy. Keeping it simple. I'm using a slightly messier method for shading right now. Because it occurred to me that I could do it. Not only could I do it, but it'd probably be a good idea. Okay. Oh, thanks, Crimson. Alright. Crimson, I don't understand your gifting habits. They're very odd. I appreciate it, though. It did indeed say he had gifted 150. That's true. $150 subs. Well, I guess I understand the goal of that. You hit 150. That's quite a milestone, actually. Okay. This one sounds like a Mega Man song. Battle Network. Okay. This is coming out well. Oh. There we go. I noticed an issue. It's not an issue anymore, though. Okay. Alright, so the songs I wrote. And Guan remixed. Oh wait, no, I remixed it, right. Wait, I don't remember now. Wait, what's that word mean? Just a moment. Oh, it's slang. I didn't even know that one. Well, let me reblock that. So it turns out you said a race word when you misspelled that. God, it's such a minefield, isn't it? Right, hold on a second. I gotta, like, block that again or something, I guess. I don't even know that one. Yeah, I know, it's a typo. So it's alright. Just need to block it again. What was it again? Right, okay, yeah. Okay. Alright. I didn't even... I mean, you just stumbled into a word I didn't know existed, so, you know, it's fine. It's not your fault. Yeah, I just realized something. Ah. We're playing my music now. You're swallowed. This is looking pretty okay. Wishing everybody, just hope wishing everything goes well for everybody. I see. I'm sure they will be fine. That should not have been about the... well, whatever. Right. This is looking alright so far. Slightly messy Shane job, but to be perfectly honest with you, it's what my energy has left in it, so I think it's fine. Oh, it's Glinty Blade! This is another one of the Final Fantasy Tactics style songs I wrote. I just realized, like, oh, wait a minute, this is a song. It's okay. Oh, no, you're fine, Red. Also, strawberry cheesecake. I don't know what it says when you can make one thing so well and another thing so poorly. It says you're lopsided with your skill set, I'd say. Go. Okay. There we go. Oh, this song. Yeah. This is the music I need to finish this project. Nothing like Ridge Racer Type 4. It's exactly what I need. Honestly, probably my favorite racing game soundtrack. This game. It's a good game. It's a very good game. Very stylistic. Also, cool intro. The intro is girl is walking to her news job. Girl unfortunately has taxi breakdown. Girl has to walk on side of road. Girl is in high heels. She breaks a high hill. And she can not really walk anymore and she's gonna get late. She's gonna miss work. But she happens to be walking on a racetrack. And one of the racers pulls over for her. When she tries to bum a ride by, you know, sticking her thumb out. And one of the racers will actually stop for her, even though he's in first place and kind of needs to race. He stops for her. And then he continues racing, which is kind of a cool intro. Right, let's see. I'm not sure if I'm satisfied with the shading I did, but I suppose it does the job. It's okay if it's a little messy, honestly. Alright, let's see. Also, still need to apply lighting, so now we do that. So, let's, fortunately lighting's easier, at least for me. Usually can work by 20? 30. Yeah. Let's just kind of toss it down here and there. Not there. That's pretty good. That's good. Okay. A lot of fun songs in this soundtrack. There we go. Alright. Good. Good. I have an otherworldly concentration right now. So I have no energy, so it all falls down to concentration. Which is why I'm not talking much. I'm sure you can understand. It's much later for me than it would normally be. Normally you guys see me up at 2 a.m. no problem, but lately my sleep schedule has been such that I've been going to bed before midnight, so this feels more like, this feels much worse for me than you'd expect. That being said, I'm just kind of doing the rounds here with this project. I hope it looks good at the end. I'm not really sure. We have to put the water filter back on and see how that looks. So I guess we'll see. I mean, part of me was debating literally splitting this to the third part, but I was like, I don't want to though. So then I didn't. And that's my story. Wait a minute. Ah. A mistake was made. There we go. $18 hours on this one drawing? Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, actually that is about right. Mizzy better goddamn appreciate this effort. And he immediately retorts, I'd appreciate it more if you didn't hurt yourself. I will express the sound of to that. A little tit, a little tat. Come on. It's fine. Okay. Now I turn on this. And we look at things. Then we look at things and decide if we did a good enough job. Honestly, yes, but I kind of want to do something to those, yeah. Is there anything I can do, though? I don't know. You know what? Emergency help. Call a friend. Hold on. Alright, good. I'm phoning a friend. 1 second. Okay, good. I just checked with professional artist Kairio, who confirms that those smoosh points should be left flat. Which leaves me with one question. Can I make the water look a little bit better? Good fish pun. I could come up with some, but I can't. That was fairly bad. Why did I do that? Regretting life choices. Okay, so the water though. We're gonna Oh. Oh, two things we missed. But besides that, hold on. Actually, no, what? Wait. We'll do that in a minute. Okay. There's a few more things we need to do with the tank. First order of business, I'm going to merge these pebbles together. Oh no, what did I do? I was on the wrong layer. Okay. Good. Now that the pebbles are merged together, we're going to clip them. Now we're going to... 30? I think 30 was our magical number. Yeah. Well, no, 50. Okay. See, Mizuko, even if we're leaving the background flat colored, there are still parts of the environment we should add. Look, just look what I'm doing. See what I mean? And suddenly Mizuko has a lot more substance and weight, and he exists in the environment. Ta-da! That makes a world of difference right there. Also, I just realized something. God damn it. Part of it is... Oh, okay, that part. Okay. Right. Okay, never mind. I fixed it. All right. Every pebble is an individual layer. Well, no. Every color pebble was an individual layer. There's 4 colors there. So there are 4 layers for the pebbles. The old me and his infinite stupidity may have made every pebble its own layer. That sounds like a very old me sort of thing to do. People, colors that will do just fine. Flip that and we'll go on and just do some sort of color. I don't know, dark red. Yeah. That'll do. There we are, folks. That looks pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with this. It looks plush and shiny. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit of... Actually... Let's give that a slightly warmer light. Yeah, that's good. That looks better. That. Okay. I'm forgetting something. Well, I mean... I guess for the ultimate thoroughness, realizing that, technically speaking, yeah, the net would be partially covered as well. Enough. Just to get the idea across. Alright. Wait a minute. It just occurred to me. Guys. Oh my goodness. It's fine. I just realized, like, I've practically done the whole background anyways. Which just makes me laugh. Close to done, though. To answer your question. Nah, I'll leave it be. Close to done. The next thing is we're gonna just... But it's getting to be a hard to save project at this point. It's just, it's big. 'Tis a big project. Alright, yes, back over to you. So... Oh. Messed up again. Clippy group. Alright. We want... I don't know. We wish to how would I do this? That's one way, I guess. I'm fucking around. Hold on. I wish to... Instead of fuck around, switch to that. Okay. Right. That's not really doing what I wanted to. Never mind. I think I'm done. Then. Right. Yeah, you can work on something forever if you want to, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied. Not my best shading job, but it doesn't have to be. Not, especially with so much else in the picture. More importantly, this was to experiment with water and switch lines and stuff. So that was fun. Fun experiment. I think I enjoyed that. Now just to save this, hold on. Okay, put this in my art folder. Let's see. We should call this fish bowls aren't for whales. There we go. Whew. All right. That was fun. Yeah, tiresome, but fun. It's a very satisfying drawing. Doing a few different things. New things. Fun things. I can take some of the stuff I learned into future pictures. So. I like how most people will not probably even notice the Bronzong tower over there. It's like a little Easter egg. Well, anyways, if anybody wants to see this picture, here we go. Full version. That worked out. Came out pretty well, overall. I hope YouTube enjoyed that as well, guys. Anybody who watched this long on YouTube, hello, and good work. And I hope you enjoyed. And I am dead. So dead. I really must stop. But, in any case, YouTube, you guys, have a good one. Link in the description if you want to look at the full picture. Feel free. But, there you go. There's a fat Mizuko for you.